Okay. um. Hmm. I actually have a lot of thoughts, and I've sat down and I'm trying to figure out how to start this discussion. And I actually do think that this discussion is going to go on for quite a while. Um, I've written down actually a lot of notes, and I've also included the notes that I've been keeping along the way for what I want to say about the season overall, and the show overall, maybe. Um, hmm. I will, off the bat, I'm just going to say this. I think that this finale is the perfect encapsulation on why this season didn't work despite how despite how I don't want to say not quite. I mean, it was ambitious. I was going to say ambitious, but it's not that's not the word that I'm looking for. It was ambitious in the sense that I think they bit off more than they could chew. And I think they bit off more than they should have tried to chew, actually. I said this earlier. I feel like this episode was emblematic of the whole season, which is that they were trying to do some kind of all like the next like 6 books all in one, right? It was too this season was too preoccupied with setting up the next season. And so this finale feels unfinished and a little bit empty because it doesn't actually feel like a finale. It feels like a mid-season finale, right? It feels like next week or maybe in a month we're gonna get the second half of the Vampire Lestat and finish this out. Which on paper is I understand it. It's not like they didn't split Interview with the Vampire in two, but the problem is that it had a clean cut. Like there was a clean cut between we've just killed Lestat and rounded out our storyline in Rue Royale, and then we're moving to Europe and we're starting our story in Europe, right? That felt like a natural, clean middle ground so that the first season could stand on its own and the second season could stand on its own, even though it was building on the first season, right? But this doesn't feel like it can stand on its own. I'm sitting here and I'm like, I'll judge the season when I get to the finale. And now watching the finale, I'm like, well, I can't judge the season until I see season 4. And that's not good. That's actually not good. We were too preoccupied with setting up Queen of the Damned and stories after. We were actually using stuff from like 6, 7 books. I can tell you right now exactly a bunch of the books that they were using to build the storylines of this season. And especially this episode. Actually, this episode was using stuff from like 6, 7 books. Like, it's crazy how much they were using for this to create this episode. And it didn't quite fit together. It was very Frankenstein. It didn't quite fit together into a whole real person. Instead, it's kind of a little bit monstrous. Uh, like this episode was so close. I almost wish that this was an 8 episode season so that this could be the penultimate instead of the finale, and that we could get the decompression from this in the next episode, because I feel like we've set up a bunch of stuff that we are not going to get payoff for another 2 years, and it feels unfinished. And it doesn't even feel like we've progressed a bunch of these characters forward. It feels actually like we've regressed them quite a lot, actually. I will get into it, but I'm just trying to give you like my immediate overall thoughts before I get into my notes and get into like the meat and potatoes of my discussion. Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about it. I've actually organized my notes in order of in order of least investment and most investment in terms of story. So we're going in order from the because we this episode took place in primarily three settings, right? We took place in the bowling alley, in Lestat's dream, and in the butcher shop, right? So I'm going in order in that order because despite all of my major issues with everything happening in the butcher shop, that has ended up being the scenes that actually had the most emotional investment for me. And that might just simply be because Armand is my favorite character. You guys know that, like, that scene. I'm sorry, Armand, Claudia, Louis are kind of like in order my favorite characters of the show. So that scene held the most emotional investment for me, and the most emotional power for me. So I am probably going to spend most of this discussion talking about that. I know a bunch of you guys like other things from the show, and that's fine. You know what you come here for when it comes to me, and I'm trying to be very honest with you about what I like or dislike. So I'm going to be very honest with you that in this finale, even though I have major issues with a lot of what happened in the butcher shop part of the story, and I will talk about those major issues because they are very glaring, I still was the most engaged by everything that was happening there. Which is a different conversation about why is not necessarily very good for in the Vampire Lestat season that I'm the most invested in stuff that's happening, like with Louis and Armand, who had almost no screen time this season anyway. Daniel, though, was the least interesting part of this episode. My God, what did they do with Daniel in this season? Anyway, let's talk about it, because that's the place where I want to start anyway. I want to start with the bowling alley and what the hell, everything having to do with Daniel and the Telemaster and Raglan and Alex. That all was so clearly all of that feels so disconnected, even though they actually connected a couple of things in this episode for me. But it still feels so disconnected from everything else. And Daniel himself has felt so disconnected, which is clearly on purpose on some level, but I needed more on his own personal journey for that to feel right for his character. Let's talk about it. What are we doing? What are we doing with Daniel? It feels like he's not Daniel from the books, and he's not really David from the books. He's got little pieces of both of them in him. But he feels like a secret third thing, right? Like, he feels like a secret third thing. And I think what's I'm struggling with is that I don't think that it's I don't think that I know some people have been struggling with Daniel this season, because you guys know that I'm locked into the fandom. So after I finish watching, I go and check to see how people are feeling, right? And I watch reactions. You know that I watch reactions too. So, like, I understand how people have been feeling about Daniel and his character this season, and that it feels so different from season 1, season 2. I actually don't think that he feels that much different from season 1, season 2. I actually think that this is a natural progression of the character he was in those two, but given him a natural power, and then take away his fear of death and his fear of vampires. And this is the Daniel we get, right? Amped up. And then, obviously I'll talk about that framework, but everything is also being filtered through Lestat. So part of Daniel's characterization this season is because Lestat is seeing him in this way. And now we're at the end of the season, and we know why they have beef now. Like, we know why Lestat have beef. So he's probably painting Daniel in a less charitable light, right? In a number of ways. But I think the core of Daniel that they have created in the show remains the same. And I think a lot of the confusion about Daniel's characterization this season is because people really didn't understand Daniel's character in season 1 and season 2. They ignored all of the, uh, uh, you know, hack side of his character, hack interviewer side of his character, his maliciousness that Armand pointed out, and his coldness that Armand pointed out in 2-5. Like they ignored the way that he was really microaggressive as hell throughout the entire interview. And they just took it as, oh, he's just being catty, or he's just being bratty, or he's just take down Armand, because everybody, at the time were rooting against Armand, so they thought that they were rooting for Daniel, and thought that Daniel was rooting for Louis and rooting for Lestat and whatever. They were like, yeah, take down this failed marriage. That's how they latched on to Daniel, not really understanding that that is not the reason that he was doing any of this. Listen to Armand. This is because people don't listen to Armand when he talks about shit. Like it's so clear to me sometimes when I watch reactions that they don't actually listen to what Armand is saying. And so they don't understand like a third of this series. And that actually includes Daniel. They don't understand Daniel because they will not listen to Armand when he talks about Daniel. And Armand knows Daniel. And in fact, this season is telling us that Armand knows Daniel probably the most out of everyone else, because he has watched him for 52 years straight, right? He knows Daniel the best. So when he sat down in that bed with Louis and he looked at Louis and he said, you need to tell him to go because he is reveling in your pain. He is reveling in breaking you down, tearing you apart so that he can build you back together again, right? That is not Armand necessarily just projecting his own desire. It is a little bit of that, of course, but it's not just that. He's being very serious. He is telling the truth. I will say that the Armand told the truth part of this season was goofy as hell and funny, and it feels like it didn't lead anywhere, but I actually do think that it led to us hopefully realizing that so much of what Armand said was the truth. Now, in story, it doesn't mean anything, right? Like, yet, we don't know what the fuck it means that all these random people are tattooing it on their arms and shit like that. It just feels like cult shit, right? But in real life, for me, when I'm thinking of this season thematically, and I'm thinking about this season as a whole, the Armand told the truth part has actually been touched on thematically multiple times, and it is exactly what's written on the tin. That Armand was not lying about a whole bunch of shit that he said in season 1 and season 2, actually. He only lied a little bit. And then everything snowballed out of that. And then the rest of the stuff that he said was fully true, actually. And Daniel is a part of that. People ignore what Armand said and they just say, no, you're just projecting. Like, no. Armand was telling the truth about Daniel and his nature. When he sat down and he was torturing the shit out of him in 2-5, right? And he said, and he broke that man down, trying to understand him and getting to the parts of him. And he exposed him. He exposed him for being a creep and possibly a rapist. He exposed him for being like a black hole of nothingness, right? Like, he exposed him for having a splinter of coldness within him, a darkness, Like, he exposed him. He was being very serious, right? Like, let us take Armand seriously when he says things, because he's not just saying shit, right? Even in this episode when he was high mania, high manic pixie dream girl, high manic pixie mean vamp, like, he still was actually saying some things that were very true, even as he was deluding himself. Anyway, we're not going to talk about the Armand section. Let's save it. I want to talk about Dan. I want to focus on Dan. So his characterization in this season actually does feel like a natural progression from last season, the season before. The problem, so him being an asshole, him being super racist and ableist like he was all over this episode, him being malicious, him being power tripping, all of that actually feels quite sound. That's the reason him power tripping is why he even is can sit in a room with two all-powerful vampires as a human and give them lip. He has a huge chip on his shoulder. He has a huge amount of arrogance, actually. Him sitting there in that diner looking at Raglan and going, I want a book and I want to live. Like, I want it all, actually. Like, he's very arrogant and very self-absorbed. So that actually is bothering me. What bothers me actually with Daniel this season is that he didn't seem to have any kind of arc. Like, his characterization was fine. Also, it does bother me a little bit that some of his language doesn't feel like something he would say. Like, this episode when he opens the bag and he looks down at Lestat and he goes Yowie Manther phase, that actually sounds like Lestat. That sounds like some shit that Lestat would say based on how they have characterized Lestat's voice in this season. Especially after episode 4 when he was like, ooh, Japanime eyes. I was like, oh my God. Lestat has been watching anime or some shit like that for like the last like 20, 30 years. He's just been in his little hovel watching anime on a loop, which is why he said ooh Japanime eyes, which is again very racially coded. Can't say that, Lestat. The Yowie Manther phase feels like something that he would say, actually. So this is what I mean, like where the framework feels like it's hampering the characters because it's smothering. Like, Lestat's voice is smothering in this season, actually. And it's like the worst part. I don't want to say the worst part. It's some of the worst parts of the season is how heavy Lestat's voice is in altering the characters themselves in a way that doesn't. It is indicative of Lestat's view of these characters, but the problem is that I don't feel their true characters peeking through as much. And I think my issue with it is not that it's Lestat's view of these characters, it's that he is puppeteering them with his voice in a certain extent, right? Like, the problem actually is less about the way that they are characterized. There's a little bit of problem there, but it's less about that. And it's more about the fact that every time they talk, they all sound the same. Like, they all use the same. Even Armand and Regina in this episode feel like they were talking and saying words that they would not say, that in fact only Lestat would say, right? Why do they sound the same? Like, I should be seeing Lestat's view of these characters. I should not feel like Lestat is puppeteering these characters and making them speak the way that he would speak. You see, do you feel the difference? Even though there was a bit of that in the first 2 seasons, I do think that there was some eloquence that Louis brought to his narration that colored the way that some of, like Lestat especially, talked. And I think that the show has actually said that earlier, like when episode 3, right? When Lestat was like, does that even sound like something I would say? And I feel like that's an indication that there were some things that Louis was influencing in the way that Lestat talked. And that was just because Louis was seeing it through this kind of really poetic eye and romantic eye in the way that he characterized their relationship. But something about the way they have been doing it in this season has actually felt limiting and grating rather than like insightful about Lestat. Why does so much of this season not feel insightful about Lestat and feel more like it's in giving me insight into the staff, writing staff? Anyway, let's get back on track. Daniel in the bowling alley. This liminal spaces. They talked about liminal spaces earlier. This bowling alley is definitely a liminal space. And I feel like we have been using these bowling alley, touch points with Daniel in a way that's like, we need to shunt him off to somewhere because we actually don't know what we want to do with him. They did not know what they wanted to do with Daniel as much in this season. I almost wish I wish there was a number of things different about how they approach this. Let's talk about the lack of storyline. I don't know why he has so much smoke for Lestat in this specific way. I know that, like, I know what I just said, that his characterization seems correct. But I think we needed a little bit more to get us to the level of anger that he was displaying in this episode and the level of insecurity. Well, the insecurity, actually, I think they did a good job with that. But from what he said in this episode, he was intending for Lestat to die. I know that there's no way that these writers are going to make me believe that Armand wanted either Louis or Lestat dead. There's not a single part of me that believes that, actually. So I don't think that was the end goal of Armand's plan. But I think that Daniel thinks that that was the end goal of Armand's plan. And my question is, why does Daniel want Lestat dead? Of all things, dead. Like, humiliated? Sure, because Lestat humiliated him. I completely understand that. Like, he was asked here, he's been ridiculing his book the whole season, which we know that that was the one thing that he wanted to get out of his experience in Dubai. And then it became a violent experience in which he was murdered and transformed by Armand. And he felt like he was owed something from his time in Dubai, not just in Dubai, but his time in San Francisco, even as well, where he was brutalized in San Francisco and then mind wiped. And he just feels like he's owed something from these vampires, which is why he feels like he's owed daywalking and his blood, powerful blood, and whatever gifts come from the blood from Armand for all the shit that Armand put him through. And he feels he was owed the book and owed something else for Louis leaving him to die with Armand. I hope that's why he's doing this. But what I needed to see was that reasoning on the screen. We needed one moment in this finale where Daniel was in the room, in the butcher shop with them, and said this to Louis, where Louis is like, why are you doing this to me? And Daniel says to Louis, you left me to die, actually. After everything that we went through in Dubai, all of our connection, the moment that you found out the truth, you gave me $10 million and then left me behind in the room with your psychotic ex with just barely a scolded word, don't hurt him. With your 500-year-old psychotic ex. Like, imagine if we had given Daniel that legitimate reason to be angry at Louis. Right? Now, could it possibly be? Now, the problem with that, though, is that we now know that Armand did not kill him in Dubai. That, in fact, only almost 30 days passed between Dubai and his turning. And then he turned him on a flight over Newark. So it's 30 days later and it was over Newark. So are we to believe that during that time he became super obsessed with him and then turned him in a rage still? Or are we saying that Dan doesn't have a leg to stand on to be angry about Louis because Louis did as much as he could and actually Daniel walked away completely fine? But he didn't quite walk away completely fine because Armand still latched onto him and followed him and at some point changed him. We don't know all the details, and I'm sure we'll get that in season 4, which is what I've always expected us to get primarily, Devil's Minion primarily in season 4, so that's not surprising. But what are we saying about Daniel's motivation for doing this to Louis? Lestat is a little flimsy, but I can sort of see how we get here with Lestat. But with Louis, like, I don't see quite how we get there unless we truly believe that he blames Louis, just like Claudia does, maybe. He blames Louis for the predicament that he's in. And to be fair, he wouldn't be incorrect, right? Like, let's think about order of operations with Daniel. I always think about, when I think about character, I always think about order of operations. What happened first that led to this, that led to this, that led to this, that made this character feel this way, right? So when we think order of operations in Daniel's relationship with Louis, he was one of the victims that Armand mentioned in this episode that Louis was intending to drug, sexually assault, drain, and murder, which is what he was doing all over San Francisco. Like, I think we all understand that that was what Louis was doing, that he was going out and he was luring boys back to his apartment. Very Dahmer style. He was luring boys back to, men back to his Divisadero apartment, drugging them or having drugs with them, and so that he can drain them and get drug high too, sexually assaulting them, and then killing them, and then murdering them, right? We all are aware that that's what Louis was doing. Daniel was intended to be yet another just random man that he was going to assault and murder, right? And get high off of. The only thing that saved him, that saved Daniel, is that Daniel suggested doing an interview instead. And that intrigued Louis enough to hold off on the plan to murder him just long enough to get his feelings out on the tape. And then it exploded between them when Daniel said something out of turn, really out of pocket, to this all-powerful vampire. But he was high off his ass, so, you know. And then Louis tried to murder him, right? And then the only thing that saved him there is that Armand came in and stopped it. So Daniel, order of operations is that Daniel was a target of and prey for Louis, and he's keenly aware of that. So maybe there's still some lingering resentment for the initial attempt on his life. Actually, double attempt, because if I guess they're all one attempt, really, technically. So the attempt on his life. Maybe there's some lingering resentment. Well, if that's the truth, then I needed to see that in the season. I needed to see the lingering resentment that Daniel has for Louis about Divisadero and about Dubai, and how that then spills over into his resentment of Lestat, because we must remember that leaving him behind to die in Dubai and leaving him to the tender mercy of Armand in Dubai was because he was going back to Lestat, which, you know, I feel like Daniel did a little bit bitterly bring up in last episode before he helped chop off Lestat's head. Some of the tone, but like, we needed it to be a little bit plainer. I don't want to say we need to we don't need exposition necessarily, but we needed to see some of the weird bitterness that he might have with Louis, and why he's a little, and we needed a mention, you know, that scene where they were sitting down in the bar together talking about, you know, whatever, and Armand and whatever, the bond and stuff. I think we needed a moment in that conversation in which Daniel, like, Louis is chastising him for releasing the book, and I think we needed a moment where Daniel, like, in his bitterness, says something like, hey, you tried to murder me in San Francisco and you left me to your psychotic ex in Dubai. So that's why I released this book. Sorry. I should have asked you. I know that, you know, because at the end of the day, after he almost tried to murder him, after Armand saved him, then Armand tried to kill him, and then Louis saved him. So it was kind of, they did both. Both Armand and Louis tried to kill him and tried to save him, just in different order, you know? And then in Dubai, you know, even though he left him to Armand's devices, and he did try to threaten, sort of, Armand, thinking that Armand was going to listen to that, for whatever reason, even though you have ended your relationship with him. But anyway, we'll get to that. So I can see Daniel being bitter about it, saying something to Louis, and then Louis coming back with like, well, I did save you in San Francisco after, and I did actually warn him against killing you in Dubai. But then we did have the conversation at the end of the season where Louis was like, sorry you were burdened out of spite, which it definitely wasn't spite. It was definitely more complicated than that, but I'm sure we'll get to that in season 4. But so it's more complicated than that. And I wish we had gotten that spoken to each other. I wish Dan and Louis had gotten to say that to each other in the beginning of this season so that we could understand some of the bitterness that Daniel feels. And he definitely feels bitterness because he became a vampire when he didn't want to be a vampire yet anymore. He was doing all this book stuff to die, a last hurrah before he died, and then some money that he can send to his daughters because he was, in pain from his Parkinson's, right? He almost was a bit suicidal. We now know that he was suicidal in San Francisco, but I definitely was suicidal in Dubai, and I think season 1 of Dubai, where he was kind of like, playing fast and loose with these all-powerful vampires, right? And then he got his desire to live in season 2, which he expressed to Raglan later on in the season. But that was because he met Armand and he found something that he wanted to tear down more than he wanted to die. So I think that his reason for doing the book and continuing the interview in season 2 actually shifted. And it became less, this is my last hurrah before I die. Remember in the finale of season 1, Daniel was like, at least I can leave something for my daughters, even though they're not talking to me, right? Like he was fully planning to die at the end of this interview and write this book as just in memoriam for his daughters. Whether he was hoping that one of the vampires would kill him or whether he was hoping he would just write this book and then maybe kill himself, right? So then we get to here in season 2, season 2, and his motive for the book changed because now it's about taking down Armand, right? And then he's gung-ho for that, so actually his motivation changes there. And then he gets what he wants, but then Louis burns the book, the thing he put his life at risk for. He burns the book right in front of him and just gives him some money. And it's like, the point of me doing this actually wasn't primarily the money. It was about writing my legacy, right? So I can understand why he then, after that, linked up with the Talamasca, because the Talamasca had copies of his book, and they were willing to help him publish this, for reasons we now know are very specifically about the Great Conversion. But so he teamed up with them opportunistically, they're gonna give me what I want, kind of thing, and then they released the book in like this kind of petty way that, and I understand Daniel's motivation there. And then he gets called up by Lestat and responds to the book, to a documentary, and he at first is like no, but then he's like, well, more fame, I don't have anything else, I still don't have my family, the money isn't doing anything for me, and now I can't even die. Well, I mean, he could die, but like now he was intending to die, but now instead of Armand killing him in the plane, maybe a third round of suicidal ideation, now instead Armand changed him and now he doesn't know what to do with it, and then abandoned him. Now he doesn't know what to do with that, so all he has left is his work, right? And his work is very important to him. In fact, that drive was cemented in his mind by Louis himself. That the job is everything. So now he's trying to figure out how to live in this world eternally with insane amount of vampire loneliness, an insane amount of transformational trauma, nothing, no family, no friends really, because he's alienated them too, and now he just has the work. So when Lestat says, hey, I want to do a documentary with you, he's like, all right, more work, right? This is a contract. But then he spent the whole interview, because Lestat didn't want an actual documentary or an actual interview. What he wanted to do was humiliate Daniel. That was why he was doing it, which he did. repeatedly. It's very clear that he was just playing around with him. So I understand his anger, and I'm actually starting to come around on why he's so angry that he's willing to do this plan, actually. So I'm talking myself into Daniel's arc. I'm actually filling in the holes of the season because I do wish that we had 1 or 2 scenes to show this. Like we could have slightly adjusted the bar scene between Daniel and Louis to indicate that this is a bitterness that has stuck in him, right? And then that would have helped support this. And this is what I'm saying. This whole episode has good ideas. It has the effect. It has the shape of what I understand what they were doing, and I see the shape of it. But the problem is that it's not being supported properly by the rest of the plot and the rest of the episodes. And that's the problem of this finale, is that it feels weak because it has a weak foundation. And all they needed to do was like a few different things to make it stronger. You know, it's really frustrating because I can see it. I could see what they were doing, and they almost hit the target, but they just missed the mark. Okay, so let's talk about it. What else I want to talk about with Daniel? Yeah, it's weird jokes, but they were, yeah, I get it. His language, I will say this. With that in mind, I'm of 2 minds now. I was going to say I kind of wish that they had kept DM apart completely this season and actually just showed the way these two are spiraling through their vampire loneliness, which causes them to get here. I actually think that they seeded that a little bit better with Daniel, because they actually talked about his feelings of vampire loneliness, and then and then he was featured also in the song Loneliness, which is about vampire loneliness, and suicidal ideation, by the way, also. And they showcase that. So I think that they have actually seeded that better. So actually I'm coming a bit around on Daniel's arc. As I'm talking through it, some of it works. The stuff that's not working is all the stuff that's off screen. Why are we showing Daniel learn how to daywalk off screen? Show me that on screen. Why is so much of DM just exposition, standing in the park talking at each other? Is that just because Lestat doesn't really know what happened in the scene, so he's just trying to put something together, right? It doesn't work. It doesn't. See, the framework hampering this part of the story too. So now I'm back to wishing that they had actually been separate, completely separate from each other, but feeling each other through the season, maybe echoing each other as they both Armand and Daniel are walking in vampire loneliness throughout the season, and it's driving them both insane, right? And now I'm actually wishing that the expose, the video revenge porn expose was almost, well, it needs Armand there for that to work, because who would believe Daniel about Lestat and his mom? But Armand lends credence to the video, so Armand has to be in it. I was gonna say I kind of wish that was just Daniel, but it wouldn't hold up without Armand, so it needs Armand in it. But I almost wish we had seen Daniel come to Armand and say, I want to shoot a video with you, I want to do something. And Armand is like, all right. Like, sure. Anything you want, right? And then we could lead into that. And I kind of wish it was more explicitly Daniel's idea, because again, I think that a lot of the humiliation that he suffered, a lot of that should have been released from the revenge porn video. You know, I found that video very distasteful, but it makes sense for Daniel's character to do this and to want to do this, right? It doesn't, it makes sense for Armand too, actually, both of them. So I do actually think that it makes sense for both of them. The problem, I'm gonna get into the problems with Armand's arc this season, because he has had the most detrimental arc this whole season, but we'll save that. But we needed more of the stuff with Daniel to be on screen, or we needed to recontextualize his motivations a little bit. Because the bones are there. I can see why Daniel is making these decisions, but I needed at least 1 or 2 more scenes to build us up to this. Okay? Okay? That's all I'm gonna say about it. What is the point of Alex? Clearly the point of Alex is something that we are not gonna get to until season 4. Am I to believe from this episode, is Alex working with the Talamasca himself? Or is he purely a puppet of Armand? And what is Armand's end goal? Because I don't believe Armand when he says that he doesn't care about the Great Conversion. And I don't believe Armand when he says that I was just fucking with the band just to fuck with him. I think he is hiding some other agenda about Lestat's band. And it's not the one that we think it was from the season, but it's something else. And it has something to do with Alex. The problem with that is that, again, we are basically dealing with the first half of a story, and we're not getting part 2 for another 2 years. So we're never, who knows? And then the story might change in between as they read the reaction to this season. So, okay, last thing I want to talk about the bowling alley, Raglan. Let's talk about Raglan. Let's talk about how Raglan has been used throughout the season. Since I haven't watched the Talamasca show, I don't know how he's used there. But throughout the season, I think he works, and it's so clear he has his own agenda. But I think that the Great Conversion is the Talamasca agenda, and his agenda is surviving this apocalypse. Talamasca wants this apocalypse for some reason. I don't know why. I wonder if it's in the Talamasca show, maybe. But the Talamasca want an apocalypse for some reason. Do they want to cull humanity? Do they think we're overpopulated? What is the reason for the This is very different from the Talamasca in the books. The Talamasca literally just watches stuff. They're just chroniclers, right? They just watch stuff and they archive information. That's about it. We meet several agents, but they just, every now and then take a case, do a little work, and then they, just observe. But the Talamasca, as written in this show, has a very clearly malicious agenda, very specific. And I think the Great Conversion shit and apocalypse stuff is the Talamasca agenda. Don't know why, but they want the end of the world. They want a vampire uprising in some way. But Raglan only cares about exactly what he said here, which he revealed, the soul. He is interested in how the soul works, which I assume, is somehow observing Armand and Farid's experiment, right? This is why I think that Armand, it's got to be a partnership with Raglan, which is going to be really ironic later. I think what Armand has not revealed to us is that this entire time he has been working with Raglan. I don't know if he was working with Raglan in season 2, but I think he's definitely working with Raglan in season 3, in this season. And I think that he did this experiment partly, yes, he was doing get back or whatever, or his perceived get back. But I think he must be working with Raglan. And Raglan is trying to figure out himself how the soul works and how to body swap, right? So I think, and he's trying to also understand how the vampire network works. Because what we've talked about in this, we had Lestat talk about it, the invisible string, the silver strings, right? This concept of the silver strings of all vampires being connected, right? There's a web. They have repeatedly actually talked about it. In season 1, they talked about the vampire telepathic network. And then also in season 1, they had, when he was being killed, Lestat talked about the invisible string that connects you and me when he's saying that to Louis. And, in a really romantic way, but he literally means that there's a connection between him and his fledglings, just like there's one between him and his maker. But then redirected. But then all of them, all vampires are connected to Akasha, which we have talked about in this season, right? That is a real thing from the books, right? Like that we get into in books later. I guess this is me talking about Prince Lestat's spoilers. Sorry. I think it's a concept that was somewhat introduced earlier too in Tale of the Body Thief and in Memnock. Are we going to talk about how Memnock coded this whole episode was? Actually, there was a lot of Memnock in this episode. Did you guys feel like there was a lot of Memnock in this? We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it in the next section, I think. Raglan is right now figuring out the alchemy of souls. Sorry, I had to make that reference. He is figuring out how to body swap in front of our very eyes. Now, of course, if you have never read the books, you don't know anything about Raglan and him body swapping, but there is some body swapping shenanigans that we're going to get into with him. And I won't go into too many details, but he's using these experiments to do that for his own ends. But what is his end goal? Actually, I think I know what his end goal is. And is that part of why he had Rashid observe specifically Louis and Armand? Why does he know? I feel like this is this is me talking about Tale of the Body Thief. So if you don't want to know any of those spoilers, let me know. Or pause and jump, whatever. I think that Raglan, for the last 3 seasons, has been observing, and for who knows how long, has been observing different vampires and wants to be a vampire, but he wants to be the most powerful vampire out there, right? And for whatever reason, and I think that Raglan is aware of the diminishing returns of vampire powers. When you make a vampire, your fledgling is always weaker than you. Always, right? The only way you can upset that balance is if you drink from a significantly more powerful vampire than your own maker. Like Lestat surpassed his own maker once he drank from Akasha's blood, right? I have the feeling that Raglan wants to be a vampire that lives forever. But he doesn't want his current body to be the vessel through which he lives forever. And I think he is searching for a very specific body that is so powerful that he doesn't have to worry about anything ever after that. That's what I think he's looking for. So I think he's been searching and searching through the Talamasca for a body that he believes is viable, right? And something about the records that they have on Armand and Louis made him pinpoint his way towards them. I don't know why, but I think that is what's happening. And I think in season 4, we're going to figure out exactly what Raglan has been using the Talamasca to observe about the Roshamanda's bloodline, which is Lestat's bloodline, is the Roshamanda's bloodline. Because the 2 most powerful bloodlines, or at least the 2 most prominent bloodlines in TVC, is the Roshamanda's bloodline, which leads to Lestat and Louis, etc., and the Teskamen bloodline, which leads to Marius, Armand, etc., right? Those are the 2 most prominently featured bloodlines in TVC, right? And characters in the story often come from those 2 bloodlines in some way, manner, shape, like focus characters, I mean. There's a couple of others that are different, like the Maharet and Makade bloodlines, right, that are prominent as well. That's probably, I would argue that that's probably the 3rd most, it's not really the 3rd most covered bloodline, let's say. Still not as covered and as involved as Teskamen and Roshamanda's bloodline, but That would be the third most. Yeah, for sure. The Mahadet Makati's bloodlines. Mahadet's, I want to say, hers for sure. The Great Family, I think is what she called it. So, but really for her bloodline, the most notable people from the bloodline is just 2 people. Whereas Roshamanda's bloodline, we've got Lestat, we've got Magnus, we got Lestat, we got Louis, we got Claudia, we got Merrick, we got David, you know, in the books. We've got a ton of people that have focus from the Roshamanda's blood. Roshamanda's himself, Benedict, right? Like, we have a ton of people from the Roshamanda's bloodline that are important. And in the same vein, the Tiscamen bloodline, Tiscamen himself, like Tiscamen, we have Marius, we have Armand, we have Daniel that gets focused. We have sort of focus, but has prominence. We have Bianca, Pandora, who has her own book. Like, right? Like, we have a lot of really prominent people in the Tiscamen bloodline as well. Tiscamen, I guess spoilers for this, but Tiscamen is one of the founders of the Talamasca, right? He's one of the Tiscamen himself helped to found the Talamasca with a couple of other people that I'm not going to get into, right? So there's a prominence in those 2 bloodlines that's very clear. And then the next one after is Maharat's, I think, with Jesse. But it's just 2 people, you know? Whereas the others, it's like 6 people each, like, that are like prominent characters in the TVC. So that's what I mean. So I think what the show is doing is that the show is taking the focus that Anne Rice put on those 2 bloodlines as powerful bloodlines, and they are actually making those 2 bloodlines even more powerful. I think that they have decided to elevate those 2 bloodlines as the 2 most powerful bloodlines in the show, which is why we have such an insane power up, beef up for Armand. I think that's why they powered up Armand, is because they have decided the Roshamandas and the Tiscamen bloodline don't just have focus, but rather that they are literally the 2 most elite bloodlines outside of maybe Mahadet. I'm sure we'll get into it once we get into Mahadet, but yeah, I think that's how they've decided to interpret it. But with that said, I think Raglan has been tracing bloodlines and has been trying to find the perfect body. And he has decided to jump not into a human body, weak, what's the point? Might as well stay in my own body. He has decided to jump into a vampire body. So he's searching for information. Is he searching for Akasha? Or is he searching for Lestat? Or is he searching for something else or a combination? He's clearly trying to understand bloodlines and the soul, right? Yeah, I don't know. We also have a little bit of Mimnock with that because of the introduction of the soul stuff there too, where we have confirmation of the human soul, right, in the books as well, in the spirit and spirits in general, right? We're heading into the cosmology of the Vampire Chronicles. One second. All right, sorry about that. I actually ordered food for dinner, and for a late dinner. It's almost 11 o'clock right now, and I've been filming for almost 4 hours. So I don't remember what I was just talking about. So you guys are gonna see a weird cut, and then I'm gonna come back and be talking about something else. I think I was talking about Raglan or something, Tale of the Body Thief stuff. Oh, and that this episode felt like it had a lot of Memnock in it, which actually leads me into the Lestat story. The Lestat story strikes me as the Memnock journey to hell and heaven, but instead of it actually being Memnock taking him on this journey, the devil who's taking him on this journey is Armand. This is why I think that Armand should have been all throughout his hallucination. If you're going to give me Memnock imagery and vibes, this is what we're diving into his psyche. But the devil, I guess they've made, well, they started off with is Magnus. But I just feel like if because we all know that Armand is considered to be the devil. The reason that he is the devil's minion, he's the devil part of devil's minion ship name, and Daniel is the minion part. So I think it would be very interesting to examine him as a devil for Lestat. But of course, that would require us to actually give a shit about the Lesmond relationship in this season that should have been Lesmond coded, but whatever. Like, you imagine if we had this final, because Armand is the one who put together this plan to chop his head off, right? So he's on this journey into his subconscious that almost feels like a journey into a metaphorical hell and purgatory, very similar to the hero's journey. This is him going to hell, where he's being forced to face all of his sins and all of his failures and all the people that he's murdered, you know? Like, this is very much him going to hell. This is Memnoch. Do you guys realize that this is Memnoch? But they are clearly not going to do actual Memnoch. Now I'm like 90% sure that we're not going to actually get Memnoch. That we have used some of the ideas of Memnoch to build this episode. Which actually makes me think a certain way about the Armand side too. Actually, I'll talk about it. I'll talk about the Memnoch stuff for Armand in a second. And once I get to that section, let's refocus. Lestat. This feels like the Memnoch stuff for me. I don't know if anybody else feels the same, but that's what it feels like to me. This feels like the concept of the man, because Memnoch the devil is based off of what was the story it's based off of? There's an old school story about a traveler who meets the devil and then goes on this journey, right? To he's like an immortal man or something like that, and he goes on this journey through this religious journey, essentially. That's basically what Memnoch Devil is that Lestat does a whole bunch of really evil shit in Tale of the Body Thief, and it's a kind of reckoning moment where the devil Memnoch comes to him and says, I want you to go on a trip with me and go to hell with me, right? And I want you to rule hell with me. And you don't know exactly if this really is a devil, if it really is the devil, is it Satan, or is this just some random spirit fucking with Lestat, right? And then Lestat calls David and Armand over to him, and he's like, what do you think about this idea? And they're both like, huh? So David and Armand are like with him they're not with him during the journey itself, but they are with him as he's trying to understand the journey, which is when we get into Armand's religious psychosis and then his attempt on his own life, right? We're taking some of the elements of Memnoch to build, I think, in my opinion, to build some of this dream sequence of Lestat going through his own history and his own psyche in his mind to figure out why I don't even know. I don't know what the purposes of these scenes are. I don't want to say that. That's not what I mean. I mean that I think that the way they are using this is a bit muddled. Does that make sense? It's a bit muddled. What do I want to talk about? Let's talk about the table. We've set this whole journey that Lestat goes on in his mind after Armand and Daniel cut his head off. He's at a table, the dinner table, in which he's surrounded by his own self. Give me a second. I wanted to look something up because as I was about to talk about this, I had an idea. I was going to talk about the table as stages of Lestat's life, and I actually don't think that's what it is. We are in his subconscious. Are we applying Freud's id, ego, and superego concepts on this dinner table? Something about it feels like that, and I was trying to reread up on the way Freud thought about those things and how they might apply here. I might be applying it incorrectly though. But it almost feels like they are taking these three table settings. So we had the first one, which was out in the woods, where the witches were burned, I assume, where he's meeting his younger self, his teenage self, and he sits down for schooling with the monk, right? We're there for a very short time. We're not there at all. He's not sitting with himself long. He refuses to sit with himself long, actually. Before we're jumped into the table with all of his fledglings plus Magnus. And then that is taking place that's his father's dinner table, but in Magnus's tower. I'm trying to remember all the places that the table jumped to. I feel like it's more than three, so maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree with the id, ego, super ego thing. But we did have ego death in the beginning of the season, and this whole season is about how egotistical Lestat is, and a little bit Louis too, especially when they're together, right? And a lot of these characters are wrestling with their own ego, actually. Armand is egotistical and arrogant and self-centered. Like Daniel is egotistical, self-centered, chip on his shoulder. Like Lestat is as well. Like all these characters, because they're all powerful demon, vampires. I don't want to say all powerful, but you know what I mean. They're all like super powerful vampires. They just have huge egos. Louis, like all of them, have huge egos. And are very self-centered in a lot of ways. It's what makes them vampires. So I wonder if, maybe I'm not barking up the wrong tree. I wonder if we are supposed to examine Lestat's journey as some kind of journey into his own id, where he's trying to figure out his desires, and into his own ego and superego as well. But I don't know how. I'd have to sit and ruminate on it to formulate an idea about it. And maybe it's not something I can think of right here. But there's something about it that feels like that's what they are attempting with this journey into Lestat's psyche, shall we say. I had brought out this really, part of it where I just thought that there was something interesting in the idea of Gabby, the fake mental Gabby being this representation of what he thinks he wants versus what he actually should be rejecting, versus the other people at the table being possibly when he's looking at certain things with two different ideas about what is the truth, that they maybe represent what he should be feeling and he should be thinking about a situation, right? So we have hey, the way that you handled the Children of Darkness, was it reckless or was it overdue? The way that you handled, we're not talking about Armand today. We refuse to talk about Armand. That's something that happened. The refusal to put Armand in the dream sequences feels very pointed, actually. And I think it's that, at first I was like, I wish he had been in there. I still kind of do wish he had been there in some form. But his absence, it's like such a hole. This whole season has such a Lesman hole in it. And it's so noticeable. that so much of this season would work better if they would address the Lesmond hole. If they would just let's just talk about Lestat and Armand beyond that they fucked a lot. That's like the only thing that we know about Lestat and Armand throughout this season is that they used to date and they fucked so much that we have talked about it like 5 times. Every single episode in this season has repeatedly talked about how much they have fucked. Like, have you noticed that? My ex, but like, it's always ex, we fucked all over the place. You sucked his dick here. Like, everything was all just constantly about how much they had sex. It was like, good Lord, we get it. They have had a lot of sex, right? And it's like we're talking around the things that are actually true about their relation to each other. And it almost feels like we are deliberately hiding something about it. And it may be that we are going to get the book plot line of actually their whole relationship was a bit more non-consensual than this season has been letting on. Or maybe that's not it at all. Maybe it's something completely different. That in fact that, or maybe we just aren't interested in Lesmond for whatever reason, even though Lesmond is the philosophical core of the TVZ. They are the philosophical core. They are each other's dark mirror. They are each other's twin flame. They are each other's like perfect mirror. Like, so why are we not exploring that in this season? And call it hope core. I don't know, call it hope core. But maybe they are deciding not to explore it in this season because they want to explore it further in depth in season 4. Call it hopium. Call it copium. I just have to hold out hope that that is what they are doing. That they are actually very deliberately not addressing the Lesmond dynamic in this season because they want to actually tackle it in a different way in season 4. Which, to be fair, we've brought back Marius in this episode. It would make some sense to tackle Lesmond in relation to both of their connections to Marius, because I think that next season we're going to really dig deep into the Lesmond, the Lestat and Marius connection, as well as the Armand Marius connection. We have perfectly, I don't want to say perfectly because it's not perfect. Let me retract that word. We have certainly alluded to and set up the explosive reunion we're going to have between Armand and Marius. The very, very specific way that they are going to meet each other again. And I think it's going to be way more contentious than it was in the books. In the books, they just kind of met sort of offhandedly in a paragraph or whatever. And we only see it through like somebody else, I think Lestat's eyes, where he kind of looks over and sees them talking to each other. And that's about it. And then like they hug or something from where Lestat is seeing them across the room on Night Island or something. I feel like that is how we saw the reunion. But I think that we are not getting that in the show. I think that they are going to make it a thing. They are going to make Armand and Marius meeting each other again a big to-do, actually. And rightfully so, because that reunion in the books was some fucking garbage. Like, I'm so sorry. It was garbage. Garbage. Wasn't a good way to address the Marius-Armand relationship coming back together post-abandonment for like 400 years. Like I said, Armand has been spraying everybody with bullets that were seeded into a gun that really truly is meant for Marius, Santino, and Alessandra. If they have Alessandra in the show, they might boil it down to just Marius, Santino. But he has been spraying everybody with bullets that really should be for them. And we are unfortunately seeing the consequences of him not being able to actually target the source of his life. Just like we watched this season, Lestat confront Gabby. For whatever reason, the show has decided that Gabriella is the source of all of Lestat's dysfunction. I don't agree with that choice, but that is the choice that the show has made. The show has decided that Gabby is the source of all evil for Lestat. Just like we're gonna get that, I think we're gonna get that with Armand and Marius. I think the show has also, for whatever reason, decided that Marius is the source of all evil for Armand as well. I also don't agree with that 100% either. You guys know how much I hate Marius. Yeah, I have never been coy about the fact that I hate Marius, but I also recognize that he's not the source of all evil in Armand's life. It's actually a culmination of things. People he can't do anything about, like all the slavers who bought and purchased and trafficked him, and all the people from the brothel who owned him or who assaulted him in the brothel. He can't do anything about them because they're already dead, long dead. But what he can do something about is his maker, who now is alive, as well as Santino and Alessandra, who are all alive. All of those characters are alive, right? But everybody else has been paying the price because he doesn't know that they're all alive, right? Like, he doesn't know that all the main three people that fucked him up are all still alive. He doesn't know that, actually. Like, he thinks that all three of them are gone or dead in some manner. I'm not sure. I'm a little iffy on Santino. I can't remember if he thinks Santino's dead. He definitely thinks Marius is dead, and he definitely thinks Alessandra is dead because they both burned in front of him, right? In the fire in front of him. I can't remember if he thinks that Santino is dead, but he might. But either way, I think that we're gonna get Lesmond next season, in season 4, when we get real focus on real Marius in present day. So, but it's unfortunate that now this season has felt so empty in meaning, because we aren't actually exploring Lestat and Armand as narrative foils as much as I would like. Now, I won't say that we're 100% not exploring it, because I actually do think that there's something that they have been doing between the two of them this season that I do think is there, but because Armand's arc this season has been half-baked, it's actually not working as a parallel. Like, why did we do this with Armand's character? We should not have been using Armand as shock value in episode, haha, what's Armand up to, that gremlin, right? We should have just been giving him a legitimate arc so that he could parallel, even if they don't interact with each other, even if they refuse to, like, actually address the elephant in the room that is their relationship with each other, fine. But we should be seeing them in parallel with each other in a stronger way. But because of that, I have to sit here and I have to massage out twin flames from Lesmond when I should be engorged in Lesmond right now. Anyway, I do think that there are some parallels that they have been making with regards to Lesmond and I guess a little bit Newman and now Lestat and their child sexual assault, because they've added child sexual assault to Louis' character very casually. Like, and I don't know if they're trying to draw some kind of parallel between these three, our three main vampires, that they all have been victims in some manner of inappropriate sexualization or something like that with when they were children. I don't know. It gets. I think with Gabby Stat, it's more. They were very emotionally enmeshed when he was still a child, but that still leads into, that's still incest. That's still covert incest, if anything else, and that still leads into them taking the step into actual incest, or I don't want to say actual because that makes it sound like it's fake, into physical incest. That's what I'm going to say. It leads them, the emotional incest leads them into the physical incest that they experience once she is a vampire, right? And they leave Paris. Well, there's a little bit of before he's a vampire when he's 30 or whatever. Like, so what was I saying? So they've been exploring that almost ad nauseum throughout the season, and then paralleling that, they tried to parallel that in this episode with the discussion between Louis and Armand about his child sexual assault. And then they tried to draw some kind of link between those two things, and Louis dropping out of nowhere last episode that he was molested by his cousin, like, and then very casually said that, and then we're not gonna interrogate that, I guess, because we're not exploring Louis properly. Don't get me on Louis. Don't. I'm not ready to talk about Louis' arc, so give it a second. So we've been drawing some kind of CSA parallels between these three characters for whatever reason, primarily between Lestat and Armand, but we've not been supporting the Armand side because we've been erasing our Lesmond, and we've been erasing the exploration of Armand's character because this season has not actually been adapting TVL. We are not actually adapting the Vampire Lestat book, right? We're using like scenes and ideas from TVL, and we're trying to apply it to this new story, but because we aren't supporting it with the correct characterization from the 1700s, the modern day storyline is suffering from it, right? We can't draw conclusive parallels between Armand and Lestat about their very different but paralleled experiences with child sexual assault and incest if we don't actually dig into Armand's child sexual assault and incest in a proper way. Instead, we're gonna couch it. I'm not ready to talk about Armand's scene, but like, so I could see that they were trying to do something here. It's just not working because Armand's whole arc in this season is not working, right? But anyway, let's go back to the dream. Let's talk about this table. I don't actually have that much to say other than what I just said. Get rid of TC. Get her out of this table. Why did we make her a vampire now? Let's make her a vampire after or something. I don't know. What is TC bringing to this table that's poignant or important for Lestat examining his failures? Is she supposed to be the representation of the band? We needed to make her the representation of the band the whole season then. We needed to reduce the band screen time, which they should have done, get rid of most of the band stuff, and hyper-focus it on TC and his relationship with TC to build us to this moment where TC is at the table. And we need to understand how Lestat failed TC in some manner that she would be at this table for more than just because she is fledgling, right? Like, let us actually examine what relationship he has with her if we're going to put her here at this table, or else get rid of the whole idea of turning them all into vampires altogether and put Claudia here instead, the person who did actually have a deeper relationship, and he did utterly fail. And we learn now in this episode that he actually utterly failed at the trial because he was dead ass there, and he dead ass chose not to save her. He absolutely, that is what his subconscious is telling him, is that he deliberately let her die so that he could save Louis. So we have two people telling him, hey bro, what the fuck is up with that? So am I supposed to believe that's true? Why did we not see confirmation of what happened at the trial? Like, why do I feel like we are in the same spot we were at the end of season 2 in so many ways? I feel like there's been no progression for Lestat, except for like surface level progression. There's been no actual like accountability and change, in my opinion. It doesn't feel right as an arc. Like, I feel like we got to here and I don't know anything more about his decision making when it comes to, like he said, oh, all of my decisions that I've made. Well, what decisions did you make? Tell me. Because right now, at the end of the season, you're telling me that a bunch of the decisions that we thought that you made were actually made because you had blood of Akasha. Or actually made because your mom told you to do it. Right? Like, he didn't go kill the wolves on his own. His mom told him to kill the wolves. So that's not him stepping up and doing the thing, right? It's his mom telling him to do that and him obeying his mom, right? He didn't want to continue this concert shit. His mom wanted it, right? You see what I'm saying? why are we removing agency from Lestat in the season which he should be having all of the agency? I don't know. I'm struggling so much with this. And then we do all this stuff with Gabby and Lestat, and it just culminates in like, huh, you monster. And when he's talking to her in the bus, but it was like, I mean, that's lackluster. Like, cool, I guess I'm glad to see him crashing out on her, but we've seen him crash out on her. This is not new. We've seen him crash out on her like 3 times across the season. We've seen him crash out on her 3 times across the season. So what makes this crash out different? You see what I mean? Where it doesn't feel different to me. I don't feel like we have progressed. I feel so stagnant right now. And Lestat is the last person I should feel stagnant with. Why are we swapping Armand and Lestat characteristics? Armand is the one who's stagnant, right? And in complete opposition to Lestat. Lestat is the one who's active. Lestat is the guy who does things. And Armand is the guy that things are done to him. Okay? And he can't move because of it. He can't progress because of it. Right? That's their core characteristics. So why are we swapping things? Why is Lestat now the guy that things happens to? Things just happen to. He just falls into things now. Like, he just gets prompted along by other people with no agency of his own. And then why is Armand the one who's out here making things move? Even if they're all personal. But I also don't think they're all just personal. I still maintain that he has some agenda with the Great Conversion and with his cult. But anyway, why is Armand the guy who's going out there doing things, making moves, right? like, why is Armand the guy that's going out there making moves? I actually think that despite how weak his storyline has been, I actually do think that Armand came to some kind of conclusion at the end of this episode and has progressed his character in some way. We could talk about that later, about how it happened, but I want to talk about why it doesn't feel like Lestat has, actually. What has he actually come to terms with? Because he hasn't come to terms with his accountability and the way that he abused Louis and Claudia. He's actually been shirking accountability quite a bit. The closest we get to him saying being accountable is what? The trial? That was in season 2 when he was all, I can't believe I dropped you, yada, 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 crying about the drop. And then we come to find out in this episode that he was there all willingly. That actually there was no torture. There was no torture. Because that's what this episode is implying. That's not good. That's not good. I need this to have been less confusing. I wish this had been a penultimate episode. And I wish that there was an episode 8 in which we get the conclusion of what Lestat has figured out from this sojourn into his subconscious. Into the hell of his subconscious, right? His hero's journey into the underworld, right? We need it as he's dying, you know? Very classic underworld, very classic hero's journey stuff here, right? I needed episode 8 to show him coming out of the underworld. And what does that mean? This whole, like, he comes out, he just wakes up in his coffin at the end of his journey, and he is reunited, but it's all voiceover. Instead of us actually getting, this is what I needed. I needed a scene, not a voiceover, right? I needed we got, closest we get is him and Gabby yelling at each other, but it never concludes because then it cuts, right? After Monster, it immediately cuts to him, you know, narrating onto the tape. But we needed an actual, like, full scene where he came to a conclusion of something. He's known that she was a monster this whole time. This is not new information, right? It's not like I feel like Lestat has come to grips with. Now, I do think that he's come to grips in the sense that I don't think he will ever be in some kind of sexual relationship with her ever again after this. Thank fucking God. I think that's over. I think we are never seeing them kiss ever again, and I want to thank God about that. Okay? But I think that's about it. What we needed then, if that's the conclusion we're going to get out of that, what we needed then was Gabby trying to kiss him and Lestat saying, no, we're never kissing again. We're never doing this again. This is done, right? Hard line. This is over, right? We needed that moment. We needed something more than just, you did this, you're gonna put me on stage, you monster. Like that, we needed more than that. It was nice in the moment, but we needed something after that, right? Or we needed that to go on longer and for it to like finally hit Gabby, because her character has been a fucking mess, and I feel like she hasn't progressed at all either. She's the same as she was in the beginning of the season as she is now. She has had no character progression other than her influence on. She's just felt like a tool in the narrative to, I don't know, push Lestat into this concert. That's it. I don't feel like she has grown at all or changed at all much. So you know, Gabby's whole character is a wash. That it has not worked this season. She's just a plot device. She's not an actual character. She's a plot device. Which she's, you know, hey, like I said, a bunch of these characters just feel like caricatures this season. Like they feel like little toys in, you know, facsimiles of themselves in Lestat's retelling on the failures tapes. You know, something about this just didn't work for me. Yeah. Let's talk about the witch burning, because that was a huge thing. Whatever. That was representative of the wolves as well. That this was Gabby trying to scare Lestat out of Everin, or at least that's how Lestat is interpreting this, right? Like, he still hasn't actually gotten an answer from actual Gabby. We must remember that the answer, the conclusion he comes to in this episode is all in his own head. We are so embedded in his own head in this show. God damn, it's smothering actually. But this is what his psyche is rationalizing for why Gabby took him to see the witches. We actually don't get Gabby's answer because they don't talk about it. What we needed was, again, a scene in which after his sojourn, he comes out the other side determined to get his answer about the witches, but why she came back, what she wants out of the Great Conversion, etc., and a refusal to do the Great Conversion stuff as well, blah, blah. But of course, we know that he does actually do it at some point because the world gets destroyed anyway, because he's talked about the concert happening. So he definitely does it, but what convinces him to do it? Anyway, whatever. We needed a conversation after the whole you monster stuff. We needed the scene to continue longer without his voiceover, and we needed him to ask her point blank, why did you take me to see these witches burn? And we needed an honest answer from Gabby. And unfortunately, Gabby's character is so thin for me. It's so thin and one note for me that I don't even know why she would tell him the truth. Or if we could believe anything that she says. If she even said anything. Right? We needed that conversation, I think. Because if that's the center point of your relationship with your mother is, why did she take me to this insanely traumatic experience to make me watch one of my friends burn to death in front of me? Right? Like, then we needed to explore that, you know? We didn't get any circle back around to Nikki and Magnus burning. Shocking for me. I thought we were culminating all the stuff with Nikki Mondstadt to actually revealing more information about Nikki and Lestat and Armand in this episode. But, you know, like I said, they're not interested in Lesmond right now, if ever. So we didn't spin the block on what the hell Armand did to Nikki or with Nikki. We did not see Magnus burning again, you know. Like I said, for whatever reason, we just refuse to actually genuinely deal with those things with equanimity. Then the Nikki Stat stuff this season has just not been it. They have absolutely cut into Nikki Stat to support Lestat. They've been doing that for a while. They took a lot of stuff from the Nikki Stat dynamic and applied it to Lestat already. I don't want to say a lot of stuff, but some stuff. And then they also took from Nikki the starting of the Théâtre de Vampire and gave it to Lestat to support Lestat. right? Like they just, and they took they took that from Armand and gave it to Nikki. But they've just made baffling choices with Lestat's romantic relationships or situationships, whatever we want to call him and Armand, you know. We really need to deal with this trial shit and the train shit, which apparently still happened. Like, and it doesn't feel like he's taking any kind of accountability, because we didn't get a conversation with Louis after his dream, which we should have had. We should have had two main conversations after his dream sequence. We should have had an extended section in which we dealt with Gabby, and then after Gabby, we should have closed out that section with Lestat and Louis in a room talking to each other about each other's experiences, so that we could have some kind of concrete conclusion about what they feel, what they learn on their arcs this season. And if we had had those two things, then this whole plot with Lestat this episode would feel more grounded and would make sense. We would also get a Lestat touch point, which we needed. The closest we get is them seeing each other again and touching each other's neck and being like, haha. But then we don't actually see what they talk about. Like, and then also a conversation between them about what Armand just did to them also would have helped close out the Armand arc. See what I mean? These all are interconnected. So we could have closed out some of the Armand arc and where that's going to go for the three of them, because they all circle each other forever. And what that means for all three of them going into season 4. And we would get some kind of idea about how they feel about what the hell Armand just did. Because Armand deadass just like mutilated them, not to kill them. He had no intention to kill them, in my opinion. He just did that because he wanted to chat with Louis about their divorce. Like, that's a crazy thing for your ex to do. So we needed a scene where Louis and Lestat looked at each other and was like, brother, I can't believe Armand just did that. And then maybe Lestat goes, I actually can believe it. Like, you got to be careful when you break up with Armand, because he can kind of snap. Okay, you got to be really careful when you break Armand's heart, because he can go crazy. Like, we needed a scene like that between Lestat and Louis, and then we needed them to talk about their own feelings about each other or something. That's what we needed. We needed to add 10 minutes to this episode. Like, we don't need this episode to, or reduce something else. Or make this a penultimate and do it episode 8, and let's actually deal with some of the fallout from all this crazy shit, right? Anyway, whatever. Okay. Yeah. Let's very briefly talk about oh yeah, we had the moment, like I said, we had the magical Negro moment with Peter. Like, y'all, why did they trot out Louis' brother to talk to Lestat? Why did Lestat's subconscious conjure Louis' brother to comfort him into going to heaven or whatever the fuck? Like, and like a really unfortunate, like, this is how you know that they did not have a sensitivity reader in this writer's room. They needed a sensitivity reader, because the moment that anybody could have warned them that you should have changed that from Paul to literally anybody else. Literally anybody else that wasn't a Dulac we could have had. I don't even know. We should have had, I don't even know. Who should we have had instead? Like, anybody that wasn't black, because that had all kinds of magical Negro vibes. Oh, honey. And I know that part was unintentional on the part of the writers. I don't think that they thought that through. I genuinely don't think that they thought that through. And it's even more thoughtless given the fact that Lestat is having this, emotionally taxing, but mostly just, whatever, round of dinners with his failures or whatever, having to look at his own failures. And it's all just this dream in his head. Meanwhile, Louis is going through the worst horror that he's ever gone through in his life, with his head chopped off, sitting on a tray, watching his abusive ex demand an apology for some shit that he's not actually guilty of. Well, I don't want to say it's complicated, and I'll get into that in that section. But Louis is having the worst day of his fucking life. And Lestat is dreaming in a forest. He's like having to look at his own failures, and he's sitting down for dinner with his fledglings, his mental fledglings. And Paul Dulac comes down from heaven mentally to comfort Lestat. What? What? You know that this is thoughtless. This is, ooh, wouldn't it be cool if he got validated by Paul Dulac, Louis' brother, about Louis' feelings in his subconscious? It's like, no, actually, it wouldn't be cool. Actually, it would be more cool if after his sojourn, we scrap that idea. And in his sojourn, we actually just get him sitting down and coming to grips with his own failures. And then afterwards, talking to Louis. And then after Louis' ordeal with Armand, Louis finally is in a place to actually say, I love you to Lestat, right? Like, I know that in the books, he doesn't actually ever say, I love you until like well after Queen of the Damned. But I think we could just move that up. Move it up, right? So that he, after this, he finally, after being able to finally say it and admit it to Armand and his ordeal with Armand, Louis is now finally ready to say it straight to Lestat. And it's a counterpoint to 1-5, where Lestat flew him up into the air, and then dropped him. And what he wanted to hear from him in that moment was, you don't love me, right? So that he could feel better about dumping Louis or whatever. I don't know what he was looking for there, right? Absolution or something, that you're never going to love me, so I can just let go of this, something. Which, you know, we need to talk about. Anyway, whatever. We'll talk about that when I talk about Louis. And then we get the counterpoint to that here, where they've both gone through, well, no, Louis has gone through the horrors, and Lestat has gone through a dream in his ego and his id, and super ego. He's going on a dream journey in his mind, and then he wakes up out the other side, and then they can finally talk and reaffirm their love for each other more openly and honestly, right? And then of course everything with Akasha is going to happen, right? I just think that it just would have been stronger if we just done something more there. But anyway, let's talk briefly about this future apocalyptic world where it looks like the aliens invaded New York. Why did that look so much like like a Marvel scene or something? Listen, Akasha does some damage, but I don't remember it being this much damage. I feel like she just blew up a few islands a little bit. And the humans were none the wiser of it. Only people in the vampire world were aware of what exactly Akasha was doing, right? She burned down some. Am I mistaken? Did I forget the way Queen of the Damned went? I feel like Queen of the Damned wasn't this kind of insane amount of destruction that all of Montreal is gone. This is not something that you can hide. This looks like a bomb went off and destroyed the entire city, right? We are going to heights we've never seen before with Akasha's uprising. I do not remember this happening to this degree in the books, which is crazy that we have no, we're gonna go big here. Wow. Why are we suddenly in The Walking Dead? Why are we suddenly in the post-apocalyptic world here? So no wonder he said the damaging. Obviously we know that they recover because we have the auction at the beginning of the season. But this is an insane amount of damage. Way more damage than Akasha does in the books, I feel like. And how the hell, given that we've just seen that, how the hell Is Armand going to do more damage than that? And why? Are we just talking about emotional damage? Because what he did in this episode was emotionally damaging. Goddamn. Right? Or are we saying that Armand is the cause of this destruction and that something that Akasha is doing is not this? Actually, we think it's about Akasha, but actually this was Armand who did this shit. Is that what I'm like? It's one of those options. Either Armand is going to do something even crazier than what we just saw, or Akasha is actually going to do something different, and this is because of Armand. But that doesn't feel right to me because Armand is not the supervillain of the TVC. So if they are adapting Armand into becoming a supervillain, that's wrong. Like, that's not the right way to approach Armand's character. He is not a supervillain. This should be the time when his character is pivoting actually out of the antagonistic role. This should be the last season where we get Armand as an antagonist, and he should be pivoting into a deuteragonist or even a protagonist of his own story, right? Like, I mean, I guess you could be a villain and an antagonist of one person's story while a protagonist of your own story. But you know what I mean? Like, he's not anybody's enemy after this. We've used up all of the villainy that we need. This, in order to course correct, we need to course correct. I'll save that for Armand's story. But like, what do they mean by this apocalyptic scene, and how is Armand going to do worse than this? That's baffling, right? How are we hiding Vampire's existence after this? Are we not? Are we going to be going into a future in which all humans all know about vampires now? Because that's not from the books. I mean, I don't mind. I don't hate the idea of it. I don't hate the concept of it. You all know that I like urban fantasy where we deal with magical things in the city. I mean, technically, this is now an urban fantasy, right? This show is an urban fantasy to a certain extent. It's a gothic horror, but it's also got, this season especially has felt the most urban fantasy. And I don't mind those kind of storytelling bits, but that's not how the books are. Humans don't know about vampires in the Vampire Chronicles. Everything that happens is completely within the vampire world. Like, I'm not saying that there aren't select humans who know about vampires. Obviously there are. The Talamasca, they're witches and stuff like that who are humans with powers, right? They're psychics and stuff. But what I'm saying is that humans at large, your Joe Blow down at, the corner store doesn't know about vampires, right? But how do you hide that after this kind of cataclysm? I guess we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see, I guess. Okay. Let us talk about... actually, I need to pause because I need to feed my cat. 1 second. Okay. Sorry. I had to feed my cat. And... Okay. We are 4 hours, 40 minutes recording. Okay. Let's talk about the elephant in the room that is the butcher scenes. Okay. I finished talking about the previous sections for the most part, although there'll be some overlap as I talk about this. Okay. I am actually, like I said earlier, I think I am actually the most emotionally invested in what was going on here. And that's because what was going on here has a stronger basis in what has happened in season 2, even if it doesn't have a strong basis on what's happening in season 3. And I think I'm the most disappointed in this section because it had the potential to be some of the greatest stuff we've gotten out of Armand and Louis to date, right? It's always electric when you put these two in a room together, Assad and Jacob. It's just going to be good. And I actually am angry that we didn't just have Assad and Jacob in a room together, having this conversation. And the way that this would have actually worked for their arcs if we just had them in a room having a conversation, having it out with each other. Like, dead ass. Let them have it out with each other. Put them in a room together and let them talk, right? Instead, we had to come up with this saw trap Agatha all along Marvel supervillain storyline for Armand that doesn't make any sense and is not supported by the season. All right, let's dig into it. Like, because I have actually written a lot about this. I sat down and I wrote notes, y'all, because I have a lot of thoughts about why this did not work and how we could have changed it to make it work, actually. So where do I want to start? I want to, first of all, start off about the things that I liked about it. Because there are actually things that I liked about it. So before I go into a rant about the stuff that I hated about it, I want to first establish that there were actually good things in here. There were things in this section that worked, right? And I first and foremost want to applaud Assad, Jacob, and Delaney for delivering. They delivered. They took this script and this nonsensical plot that they tried to stash together, and they chewed it up. I love these three. They are so good, you guys. I need to know everything that they're doing after this. I am going to lock in on their careers. Please understand that. They are so good. Oh my God. This was some good shit, right? In terms of acting and emotions. The only thing that could have made this better there's two things that could have made this better in terms of acting, is if they had allowed, instead of chopping off Louis's head, just have him be immobilized in the room, and allow Jacob to move and emote with his body and really live in the scene in a tangible way. The other way that the scene could have been improved is actually to put Sam Reed in there with him. Because Sam Reed is also the other powerhouse. Like, this show is built on these powerhouse performances. And Jacob, Assad, Delaney, Sam Reed, you put those four in a room, and it's going to be fucking incredible. Right? So why do we not have Lestat in the room as part of this? Anyway, so first and foremost, I wanna applaud the actors for doing their damnedest to make this shit work. They did their damnedest to make this work, and I'm so serious, right? There's something I think that worked about this. Okay, let's first talk about how they put this episode, these scenes together, right? I've mentioned that this episode feels like it's pulling from like 6 different books. I feel like I wrote down the books that I feel like they are pulling from. Yeah. We were pulling from TVL. We were pulling from Queen of the Damned. We were pulling from Tale of the Body Thief. We were pulling from Merrick. We were pulling from, season overall. We were pulling from Merrick. We were pulling from Memnock the Devil. We were pulling from the Vampire Armand. We were pulling from the Prince Lestat trilogy. Some parts of it, at least. So technically, I guess 8 books. Right? And this particular scene in the butcher shop, in my opinion, was primarily pulling from TVL and TVA in order to build it. With maybe some conversations. I feel like some of the conversation stuff that happened between Louis and Armand was being pulled from Interview with the Vampire or something like that. Yeah, I think it was being pulled from Interview with the Vampire for some of the conversation, right? But that said, what they have decided to do, how they have crafted this episode, or these scenes, the Armand scenes of this episode, is that they took a little bit of the Frank and Claudia plot, and then they mixed it with the post-ball brawl out attack and then beat down from TVL, and they applied it here. And then we got the lead up to this has been the presence section of TVL, where they foreshadowed it in the second episode, where you have that argument, that conversation between Lestat and Louis, where he's like, "Oh, Armand, Santiago, I understand because at least he has a presence, right?" That is alluding to the fact that when they approached, when the coven in the books approached Lestat and Gabby, and Armand they all approached them. It was their energy was considered the presence. They were walking around and they could feel a presence around them, right? So this is, and he was called the presence. Like that was like another name for Armand and his coven, right? Was the presence. Until the moment when they met. It's gothic horror, so it was like tension rising. The Gabby and Lestat could feel somebody following them. We got a little bit of that in season 2 during the Armand flashbacks of their Paris time, where you could see him stalking Lestat and Lestat feeling Armand's presence and telling Nikki, "Oh, I feel somebody following us, yada yada yada, somebody's watching me," something like that. So they took that concept and they applied that to Armand's arc in this season. They've moved that part of the TVL plot for Armand and they've moved it to presence, which is why they removed him from the narrative for most of the episodes, or only showed him in glimpses, and he was doing things in the background that we didn't see and that Lestat didn't see, right? He became essentially the presence. As much as Lestat was saying, "Oh, he doesn't have a presence," in actuality, he was making moves throughout the season, like he was the presence in the background that Lestat can feel but can't see, right? The problem is that does not culminate into a Lesmond confrontation in this episode. Instead, it culminates in a Luman confrontation in this episode, which means that all of the foreshadowing and all of the stuff that he's been doing with Lestat culminates to nothing, and all of the emotional weight of Luman in this episode was built up from nothing, wasn't built up at all, actually. So what they have decided to do is, for whatever reason, they have decided to Lesmond their Luman and Luman their Lesmond. And what I mean by that is that in the books, Luman, after their breakup, are fairly amicable breakup. Not anything too crazy, actually. They break up and then they're just exes, and then they, have a brief moment where they get back together later on in later books. But after that, they break up again, sort of. I mean, they're immortal vampires, so they're going to circle each other for eternity. They're probably going to get back together again in, 300 years, 400, whatever. Like, right? Like, it's always going to cycle between these three because they all love each other so much in the books. But after that, Luman just break up, and they're still on relatively good terms, despite the fact that Armand killed Claudia. But by the time we get to modern day, I don't want to say that Louis is over it, because that's not the right way to say that, but rather they have learned to move past it into the next phase of their existence with each other, because there's been time. They've had time to work through the hottest part of their emotions about it, and they are able to build a new relationship afterwards, right? It feels like that is what they are doing with Lesmond. Instead of building up this really epic back and forth relationship between Lestat and Armand, they're saying we dated for a while and then we broke up after Paris and then I just left. So they're Lumonding them, right? And then instead they're trying to Lesmond Luman, TV Luman. And they're trying to make Luman the profound relationship that changes Armand. And on paper, I understand why that is something that they would attempt to do. The problem is that fundamentally, Lesmond and Luman are not the same relationship. You can't take Lesmond's stuff and just apply it to Luman and just, it's all good. Just like you can't take Luman and apply it to Lesmond. It's all good. The foundation of these books are these three relationships between these three vampires, right? And they are very distinct relationships that need to be separate and need to be their own thing. You can't mix and match them, and they have been doing that all show. In season 1, season 2, and season 3, they have been mix and matching Lestat, Lumon, and Lesmond. They've been taking from Lesmond to give to Lestat. They've been taking from Lumon to also give to Lestat, and then sometimes and now here to Lesmond. They've been taken from Lesmond to give to Lumon. These are not interchangeable relationships. So what are we doing? Right? It doesn't hold up to scrutiny because fundamentally these characters are very different. Right? These relationships and dynamics are very different. Right? So we can't just apply them. And let's say, fine, we're not interested in Lesmond right now. Maybe in the future, maybe never. Right? We're not interested in actually digging into their philosophical and emotional, like, turmoil, ups and downs, and twin flame shit, right? Fine. Okay, we're Lesmonding our Lumon now, right? This is the I meant to keep on the stuff that I liked. Sorry, I've dipped into the stuff that I'm frustrated by. So we're Lesmonding our Lumon. We need to support that. If you are going to Lesmond your Lumon, then you need to make Lumon as epic as Lesmond was in the book. But they have not been supporting that in the first season, the second season, or the third season. Instead, what we have come to conclude per this episode is that Louis never felt anything. I don't want to say that. Louis didn't love Armand the way that Armand needed. And Armand was actually like puppeteering this whole thing as a bid for forgiveness, and could never find a way to actually love Louis the way as much either, right? Although I actually would argue that the scene itself argues, he's saying I never loved you, and actually I was just doing this to fuck with your head, blah blah blah. I actually think he's lying about a lot of that. I actually think he wouldn't even be doing this and be broken up about their divorce if he didn't actually genuinely love Louis and just break Louis and ruin it, you know. He wouldn't even be feeling all of these emotions about the breakup of this relationship if there was no love there, right? But anyway, so why did I start talking about this? Oh yeah, I started talking about this because I wanted to think about what they are pulling to craft this scene. I'm gonna table the stuff that's not working, and I'll circle back around to it. The Lesmonding the Lumon and why that doesn't work. Right? I'll circle back around to that. What I want to talk about, the stuff that does work, is I think some of the dialogue in this was actually really good and really interesting. And I want to pinpoint 3 things, right? 3, I think, key lines that stood out to me personally. There was a point where he says to Louis, or he says to, who is he talking to? I want to say he was talking to Regina about... Yeah, he was talking to Regina, who's sitting there terrified about Louis, and he says that he was my Claudia, right? And he's talking about this need for forgiveness and how that ties into that point in 2-5 in which he has Louis in the coffin, and he's, you know, given him his blood, and he says to him that, have I atoned for my part in Paris? And it's so clear the moment that he says that he has been trying so hard to make up for Paris, not believing that there's no way he can make up for it, right? He refuses to understand that, right? He truly thinks that if I just do this for long enough, I can get forgiveness. It's very transactional. Like I said, it's a very childish way to think about things. It's a very childish way to think about things. And I think that's actually been very consistent with how he has been treating responsibility and accountability, Armand. This is why I think that there's nuggets of interest in these scenes that actually do work on characterization, even though a bunch of other stuff don't work and that undercuts this stuff. But I want to talk about the stuff that does work because I think it works really well. actually. There's this concept of Armand surviving the centuries by finding companions who can teach him how to live in a new era, right? That's how he operates in the books. And that's who Lestat is for him. And then eventually that's who Louis becomes for him. And eventually that's who Daniel becomes for him, right? They all become people who can help him live in the world now. And I guess to an extent, that's also who his children become. Although I think once he gets to his children, it's actually a little bit different, and we'll talk about that later, because I actually do have some discussion about that. But he has this idea as well in the show, in my opinion. I think he latches onto people who, one, can destroy his old system, and two, who can give him a new structure to live by, right? That's how he picks his lovers, his companions, right? It's how it was with what he wanted to attempt with Lestat. It's how he was with what he wanted to attempt with Louis. It's how he wants to attempt things with Daniel. He's taking an approach to companionship that is fairly transactional, because again, he has a lot of childish arrested development thoughts, right? That he has not progressed beyond. And he's attempting to replace. So the problem with this divorce, and then why he is crashing out so bad, at least in my opinion, the reason that this divorce hit him so hard is that he actually, even despite everything he said about Daniel, I actually think that he doesn't quite have everything there in place with Daniel to actually use Daniel as his replacement structure yet. And so what he wanted out of this is he wanted closure, right? He actually just wanted closure. And the problem, I'm not going to get into that, but what he is doing is that he is using Louis as devotion, right? Armand's core is his devotion, right? He is devoted to whatever he needs to worship. It's a core part of his character. It's actually, has its start in the books at least, it starts before he was ever even trafficked, right? His character, the Armand character in the books, and I think that they are going to do something similar in the show, is that before he was ever picked up by the slavers, he was training as a monk or as a whatever, to become a living saint who was devoted to painting icons in like a cave, and he was being trained in devotional worship through his art, and he was also implied to be training towards being a living saint, meaning that he was going to bury himself there and die and become a saint as a child, right? His dad came and got him out of that because it was very culty, but that's where his susceptibility to cults comes from. Armand for Anne Rice represents the dangers of zealotry, right? And religion. That is his core function in TVC, is that he represents the dangers of complete and utter surrender of the self to something what we would call a higher power. And that devotional religious zealotry follows him from his childhood to through and causes him to be so susceptible to indoctrination, which he is frequently subjected to. From Marius grooming him to Santino and Alessandra indoctrinating him into a cult, to the carnivorous cannibalistic way that he imploded in the Teatro de Vampire, and into his obsessive, deep obsession with his companions when he gets them. He also is treating Louis, and in the show, that is Louis. Louis has become that for him. He was in the cult. Lestat destroyed the cult, and so he replaced the cult with Lestat and the Théâtre de Vampire, which he built with Lestat. He was in that. He used that as his structure, his devotion. And then Louis came along and disrupted that. He was tired of it. He was bored with it, everything like that. But he didn't know how to leave. So Louis came along and he wanted to try and replace that with Louis, companionship with Louis, right? He wanted to downsize from the coven to just me and Louis. But Louis couldn't give him that same kind of devotion back. And so that rejection, that feeling of rejection caused him to try and go back to his previous system. But unfortunately, that previous system had already been destroyed in his mind and in his heart. That bench scene that we had between Louis and Armand was so pivotal because it was Louis looking at him and saying, you can decide what you want or if you want something else. And Armand looks at him and says, I want you more than anything in the world. And that was a true statement because at that point, he has already, in his mind and in his heart, destroyed his previous structure because he wants to be with Louis, which is why all throughout Paris, he is allowing Louis to do whatever the fuck he wants, and he is tamping down and ignoring the anger of the coven because in his mind, he has already destroyed that structure. He has already let go of that. They are of the past, actually. They just don't know it yet. He just has to wait until Louis gets to where he needs to be, right? But of course, unfortunately, Louis will never get where he needs to be because Louis, throughout that entire time, is still deeply in love with Lestat. And Armand thinks that if I just do this, or if I do this, or if I say this, or if I threaten this, or if I, maybe if I kill this, like I can find a way to make him be my new structure. And Louis is resistant to that, their entire companionship. So it's just built on only Armand trying so hard and getting nowhere with it, which is why it quickly spirals, right? And then he feels that moment of rejection when Louis decides to go ahead and make Madeline against his advice and against his warnings. And that feels like rejection, and rejection feels like threat against his life, right? So he's like, imploded. I have to go back to the coven. But the problem is that he's already destroyed the coven in his heart. He's already destroyed that structure for him. So he can't go back to the coven. He tries. He does the trial. He tries to work really hard on the trial. He takes pleasure in it. Like he says this one, he's trying to make that shit happen. He's trying to please them. He's trying to please himself. And it doesn't go the way he wants it to. It goes pear-shaped real quickly when Lestat saves Louis instead. So he can't destroy this ill-conceived new structure and go back to his old structure. His old structure doesn't work. Now his new structure is gone. And now he's out there floundering. So that's when he hatches this plan to pull Louis out of the wall and pretend like he saved him. Right? And then do all this rigmarole that, I was forced into being there at the play, and I didn't actually betray you in that way. I only betrayed you a little bit in this way, right? 1 second. So that's his psyche, right? And so now he is back to his original plan, go with Louis, destroy the old structure, the coven. So he lets Louis kill all of his coven members of 200 years. And then he's like, all right, now I'm in it. I'm in it to win it. We're just going to fully devote myself to Louis. He says I can never make it up to him, but that sounds like forever to me. That sounds like a commitment to me. like, I can try and make it up to you forever. I mean, forever is a long time. So eventually you're going to forgive me, right? And so he's been working so hard to try and get forgiveness for Claudia, which is what he says in this episode. You see how we could see the nuggets of something interesting there. And he's been replacing, replacing the zealotry and the asceticism from the cult, and then the extravagance and the hedonism that he got from Lestat. He replaced both of those things with devotion and I would say he still has actually a little bit of asceticism and hedonism with Louis, but he's indulging both of those things in his marriage with Louis, and but the devotion remains the same. The the zealous devotion remains the same, right? Which is why it's so frustrating to him that it's not working, that he can't force Louis to love him in the same way, that it's not working no matter what he does, no matter how much he debases himself or how much he, like I said, debasement, the Maitre Arun dynamic becomes a symbol of Armand's asceticism, right? No matter how much he tries to fold himself and mold himself into what he thinks Louis wants, he just can't make Louis say, I love you. Say, I love you, not Lestat. I want you, not Lestat. He can't force it to happen, no matter what he does, right? Louis is resistant to that. Of all things, and no matter how much power Armand exerts over him, this is one thing he will never say, right? Because he just can't. He can't. He can't. Even when he says, I love you, it feels empty. And Armand can feel how empty it is. That moment in Paris when he says, I love you, and Armand says it back, and you know that they both kind of don't mean it, or certainly Louis doesn't mean it. It's empty. And so what Armand has been chasing is an I love you that feels real. That feels real. And he's never going to get it. And he devotes almost a century of his life to this relationship. He was trying so hard, you guys. He wouldn't have erased Louis' memory at all in San Francisco if he wasn't trying so hard to stay here. Which is why I don't believe him that he was like, oh, when you were fucking all of those boys, I didn't care because I get to go back to dating. I actually don't believe him. I think that he is lying off his ass that it didn't bother him. I think he was putting on such a front. And as the conversation continued, that front started to peel away. And he started to become more manic. But he also, like, at a point started to pivot and become calmer. And then he sat down, the moment that he sat down, and he was just kind of sitting there. And it was so clear that nothing that he was doing meant anything, right? Nothing that he was doing was going to change anything. This is all useless. And you could see the moment where he's looking at this and he knows that this is not actually anything that he actually wants. And he doesn't even know what he wants, right? And then that's when we get the conversation where Louis, who has known him for nearly a century, I think Louis knows Armand actually quite a lot. He doesn't understand Armand on a certain level. I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding between them, or fundamental lack of understanding between them, that actually is the main thing that prevents them from actually being in a relationship, a viable relationship that can last. But by dint of having been in Armand's life for almost 100 years, he knows enough about Armand to be able to talk him down from one of these kind of manic episodes. And we know that he knows about these kind of episodes because he mentioned the good nurse or the gremlin in 2-5. He would not say that if Armand has never gone absolutely bonkers around him before. Like, I know that it's a fandom thing to believe that Armand has been erasing all of their arguments out of Louis' mind, and I don't agree with that. I don't ascribe to that at all. I actually think that the reason he erased his memory in San Francisco is because he wanted to erase the suicide attempt. Nothing else. Everything else, if everything else had stayed the same and Louis had never tried to kill himself, I don't think Armand would have erased that memory at all, actually. I think that the only thing he wanted to erase was the attempted suicide. That's it. So I know that he knows about the gremlin side because let us all, order of operations, let us all remember how Armand and Louis met each other. They met each other on the street, and then Armand immediately invited him to the theater where he watched Armand put on a performance in which they brutally murdered a woman on stage. Armand knew who the hell Louis knew who the hell Armand was and what kind of person he was from the outset. Because that is what Armand did. Armand said, come on over to our theater. You'll have a great time. And then he invited him there and then had him sit there and watch as they brutally murdered a woman. Do you guys remember that? I'm sure you guys remember that. So this concept that he doesn't know anything about Armand as is not real. That's not true. But I do think that there's a fundamental disconnect between the two of them that hampers their ability to be companions, even outside of the fact that Armand is a controlling abuser, right? Like, even outside of that, even if you got rid of that part of it, there's a fundamental difference in Louis and Armand that, like, is close enough that they might want to try, but is different enough that it's not going to work, right? At least not long term, and at least not permanently, right? Like, again, they are not in a place in their individual journeys to be together. Like I said, eternity is a long time. So in 200 years, 300, 1,000, who knows? Maybe they will have grown to the point where they can finally be together again. And I can absolutely envision that. There's absolutely no reason to think that that can never happen, right? Especially given what we know about their individual journeys and where they end up by the end of the books. Yeah, all of these vampires very easily, in 100 years, 200, 3,000, whatever, end up back together. There's not a single doubt in my mind that they will never, ever get back together. In fact, in the books, they get back together within our lifetime. Like, they get back together in like the 2010s. So it's not impossible. And I think that's same actually for the show. Even though we went through some of the most grotesque, brutal violence between Armand and Louis, which we can talk about in a minute. I do think that there is a scenario in which they both go through their own individual journeys and they finally get to a place where they can actually be in a relationship with each other. Because these vampires, if the show does them right, these vampires are polyamorous. They are fully capable of loving each other while simultaneously loving other people. Okay? All of them. Okay? All of them. All of our main vampire characters have been in polyamorous relationships in the books. And they end the books with all of them loving each other deeply and cycling around each other forever. Okay? Passing each other around forever. Okay? So if they do the same in the show, we can get there. But it's going to take a lot of work. And it's going to take a lot more work after this because for whatever reason, we decided to Lesmon our Luman and have this insane scene happen with Louis instead of with Lestat. Which it would make more sense to be Lestat. It would actually also make more sense to be Daniel. Like, because Daniel's the one that destroyed his previous structure. Anyway, whatever. So I do want to talk about the whole concept of devotion and zealotry in relation to the Luman relationship and why it didn't work and why it broke apart. And after it broke apart, I think that because of the very nature of how he handled Daniel, erasing his memory, not telling him about the stalking, presumably impulsively changing him into a vampire. We don't know what happened on the plane, but I'm sure we'll find out. But right now, I'm just going to take it as impulsive. He wasn't ready to actually be with Daniel yet, so he couldn't replace his current structure with Daniel. He couldn't replace his lost structure from Louis with a new structure with Daniel. And that pain of being in between structures is what's causing him to feel so much vampire loneliness that he is losing his mind, right? Now, I wish I didn't have to sit here and infer all of that. I wish that we had actually more concrete evidence of his devolution, his mental and emotional devolution in the season. But that is how I am rationalizing his actions here. You guys, I'm fully aware that I am rationalizing a little bit here, okay? I think that is the cause of his mania in this episode, is that he was not able to replace Louis with anything because he wasn't ready to replace him with Daniel. And he feels like what happened with Louis was left as a gaping wound in his life. And he feels like it's nothing to Louis. And that feeling that this was everything to me, but it was nothing to you, is enraging him even more, which is why I think we got to this point. I wish we had had 1 or 2 Luman scenes earlier in the season to support this journey. but this is what we got, and this is how I'm making sense of it. Okay. This is what leads us into my second favorite line, or I don't want second favorite like I'm ranking it. I mean, my next line that I want to highlight is the line that he says. I went back and wrote down the exact line because I was interested in how he said it. I think this was him reading off his apology letter to Louis, his amends letter, Armand's letter. Good Lord, that's Lestat. That's Lestat. That's not actual Armand. That's Lestat saying that. Anyway, so he was reading this letter off, and he there's a point where he talks about his cult, the him that is so susceptible to cults and so susceptible to leading cults, and how he interacts with cults. Again, back to using Louis as a replacement for his devotional asceticism. He says, I think I might be a room without walls, floors, a ceiling, an infinite nothing. I think that was such a good line. Oh, wasn't that a good line? That was like a nugget, a really good line. I wish, there's a part of me that wishes that we either move that line to after the conversation with Louis, or alluded to that same line again. The line makes me think of a few things, actually. Firstly, from this season, we had that moment earlier in the season in which he goes to give his apology to Lestat, and he says, what does he say? Something, I can't remember his script, but he says something like, I want to read you something from the deepest reaches of my soul, right? And he says that at the beginning of each of these. He's searching for his soul because he feels empty inside, like he's nothing. He feels nothing, right? And so he says that as part of his pattern because he's trying to find his soul in these relationships, right? And Lestat, upon hearing that, immediately says, you have no soul, which of course validates how Armand is feeling about himself internally, that he is empty inside, that there is no soul within him, right? And he wants to replace his emptiness, his loneliness, his vampire, which is, I think, an expression of his vampire loneliness. It's obvious that Armand has a soul. Okay? Armand has a soul, okay? He wouldn't be a human or a vampire if he didn't have a soul. He has a soul, but he feels like he doesn't have a soul. We always must remember the thesis statement of this season, which is facts are irrelevant, feels are everything, right? He feels like he doesn't have a soul because he is not dealt with even a single part of his CPTSD from his childhood, then his then his grooming, his years of grooming under Marius and molestation with Marius, and then his indoctrination and violent, torturous life in the cult before he became a cult leader and then perpetuated that cycle against others, right? He feels like a yawning emptiness and he doesn't know how to fill it, right? It's just a gaping hole within him. And it also, this concept also reminds me of what he said to Daniel in 2-5. See, you have to remember that these scenes that we're doing with Armand in this episode are all 2-5 redux. Almost all of it is 2-5 redux. So we are touching on the same themes that were brought up in there, just not as elegantly and not as gracefully. It's actually quite clunky because we didn't support it in the rest of the season. Anyway, like I said, I'm trying to get meaning out of this, y'all. So we have that line in that episode that he says to Daniel, where he says to Daniel, what does he say? I can't remember. I didn't write down that line. I didn't go look that up. But he calls Daniel an eager black hole, right? And then he says, "Oh, I don't think you're anything but a hole," or something like that. I don't think there's much more to you than a hole, Daniel. Crazy line. But the sentiment of that is there. that there's an emptiness in Daniel as well, which we have been seeing throughout this season, that there's an emptiness in him that he has been searching for. And I think the implication is that they are going to find something in each other that fills that emptiness. Or maybe they'll just be two empty vortexes together, you know, destroying things around them, right? Or maybe they'll be able to find some way to fill it. You know, who knows? But they definitely are paralleled in that way. And I think that there's something so like evocative about Armand trying so hard to fill something that is bottomless. An infinite nothing, you can never fill an infinite nothing. It's a what do they call it? What is it called when you have a task that can never be fulfilled? Fetient? Pause. I wanted to get this right because I was like trying to remember the word. It's a Greek term, based off of Sisyphus. What's it called? Sisyphean task. It's a Sisyphean task. It's never ending. You can never fill an endless, infinite void with anything. It will never fill, right? So it's like Sisyphus, who has been cursed to roll this boulder up a hill, and the gods make it so that every time he gets close to the top of the hill, it rolls back down to the bottom, and he has to go back down and get that boulder and start rolling it up again. And that's eternal. That's an eternal task that he is set, that he has to do. And that's kind of what Armand is in. He's in a Sisyphean task, where it's never ending and it's never going to fill. And the reason for that is that it's not actually a Sisyphean task, right? He's not actually an empty void inside. He just feels like it. And what he actually is somebody who has insane amounts of complex trauma that he has never dealt with, never been able to deal with, because a lot of it was ongoing all throughout his time in the cult. We must always remember, unless they radically change I don't want to say radically. I hope they don't change this, but I hope that they keep Alessandra, because one of the things about Alessandra is that she is his longest running parental figure. 300 years he spent with Alessandra. And Alessandra is the one who tortured him and helped torture him and indoctrinate him and brainwash him into the cult, which means that his time with her was a continuous cycle of feeding into his indoctrination. So when I say that his trauma was ongoing and sustained, I mean that it was ongoing and sustained for several centuries. There was never a point where he could escape indoctrination until he met Lestat, which is why his obsession with Lestat started in the books. In the show, we've alluded to the fact that he was stuck in this cult and being forced to be in this cult for 250 years. We actually got that illusion in 2.5 during the Lumon fight, the famous Lumon fight. We're in the background, in the middle of the fight. I think most people focus on what Armand was saying at this point, but in the background, you hear Louis' line, and one of Louis' line is talking about the fact that he was forced to be in this cult for 250 years and forced to live a life of asceticism and celibacy in this cult, right? And he feels empty. He feels like he doesn't have a soul, but that's not true. He does have a soul. And I don't know what it's going to take for him to understand that about himself. And I know we all want to believe that it's going to be Daniel that helps him figure it out, as well as he's going to help Daniel figure out that he too has a soul, that they both have souls, and that they're not actually empty nothingness, right? But I think that's a bit hopeful. I actually think that this kind of leads me into the next I want to move to the next line that I think we all kind of latched onto from this scene, which is, you deserve a love that cradles you. and that's from Louis. Now, we could sit here and we can argue about whether or not Louis is saying this because he's in the midst of being tortured and he just wants to calm Armand down. Fair enough. Completely reasonable to think that he's just saying whatever is going to get him out of this situation. Certainly, the show will not allow us to actually genuinely engage with Armand and his trauma right now for whatever reason. They decided to couch it in the middle of this horrific scene, which will, of course, prevents viewers who are not familiar with Armand's story from connecting to him. Like, it's going to prevent that. I can tell you that right now, that we're going to get 2 more years of people just, I wish they would kill him off or whatever, you know, like about Armand's character. When are they going to kill him off? I don't want to watch his, you know, story, his spinoff, his season. They've actually undercut themselves. If they do actually spin Armand off into its own story, the way that they have characterized him in this season has actually probably going to hurt their viewership, actually, because a bunch of people are not going to watch that show because they are now coming out of this season having watched him brutalize Louis yet again, that they are going to not want to follow his story. I can tell you that right now. They have actually undercut their, if that's of course if they spin him off. I actually don't have any, any concrete evidence that they're going to do that, but they've actually hurt themselves a little bit with Armand's character and engagement with Armand's character. They already set him up because they removed a bunch of his traits and gave him to other characters. Personally, I think. But so it's an uphill battle for him already, and they've made it made it a Sisyphean task again. Anyway, but I do want to talk about the concept of this love that cradles. Let us take this as sincere, fully sincere. I don't want to say fully. Let's take this as this is something that he does truly believe. And unfortunately, the circumstances around him finally saying what he truly feels about Armand is through torture. Very gothic horror, though. Like, I mean, it's very gothic horror, so it's not like you see what I'm saying? Like, it's not. I can see the vision of why they put together the scene, because it is very gothic horror to do this, to be so upset about a breakup that you put together a saw trap for your ex, so that y'all can sit down and have a talk after your divorce. like essentially, he just wanted some divorce proceedings. Like Armand just wanted to have some divorce proceedings and have some, some remediation court with Louis, where they talk about their relationship. He just wanted to sit down and talk about their relationship, and he went about it in the most demented, evil, psychotic way. I don't want to say psychotic. That's inappropriate. But he went about it in the most evil way possible. But anyway, and then Louis. Let's take what Louis says with some sincerity, that he actually does believe this, and he actually does believe this about Armand. That Armand actually does have a lot of reasons to be dark-sided, and we know that he does. The audience, the show only audience, doesn't know all of the reasons. They think that the only thing that Armand has been through is the brief period where he was, in their minds, they're thinking it's a brief period where he was trafficked. Because they don't know any of his story, because we decided not to actually adapt TVL this season. We decided not to adapt the Vampire Lestat book in the Vampire Lestat season. And instead, we decided to adopt literally everything but that. We decided to literally adapt a bunch of shit that we made up, and then a bunch of shit from future books in the Vampire Lestat season. So the audience members don't know anything about all the other crazy shit that has happened to Armand that has caused him to be as dark-sided as he is. And dark-sided he is. He's a gothic character. He's probably one of the most gothic, the most classic horror characters, I think, in the show. They've actually made him more classically horror shaped than I think he was even in the books, in a number of ways, actually. They've made a concerted effort, actually, to make Armand in the show worse than Armand in the books. I know people like to say, no, he's worse in the books. I don't agree, actually. I think that they have done a number of things to actually remove some of the softness that he has in some things because they've removed some of the motivation that he has because they aged him up 10 years. This Armand is an Armand who lived with Marius for 10 extra years than he does in the books, and is now a 27-year-old man who then went through all of these things, but who has the arrested mental development of a child, right? That is this Armand. So we are getting a very different take on Armand. I don't want to say very different, but we're getting a different take on Armand. We're getting Armand. What if Armand was being groomed by Marius, but not allowed to leave Marius like the other boys of the Palazzo and go to university and develop normally, right? Like, what if he was being groomed and molested by Marius for 10 extra years, and Marius never allows him to actually graduate from the Palazzo and go to the next phase of his life because he keeps holding him there, right? And then he either gets an illness, or they might reveal that it really was poison from Lord Harlech. But either way, he gets sick and dies and then gets changed. And he's never allowed to actually grow beyond his childhood, right? This is what we get for this TV version of Armand, in my opinion. So he has this concept of a love that cradles him, that Louis expresses to him. And I think, in my opinion, I know that on the surface it seems to be pointing towards Daniel. I am going to tell you guys right now, I don't think it's about Daniel. I think that this is the first time I feel confident that they are going to do an adaptation of Benji and Sibel. And I think that this line is about Benji and Sibel. And I think there's a number of reasons why I think this, and why it occurred to me the moment that I heard the line. I think that, how do I explain this? I'm not sure if they're going to get Benji and Sibel, or if we're going to get some kind of merger of the two characters into one, but we're going to get some version of Benji and Sibel, and I'm more inclined to believe that it's going to be Benji. The reason is that they decided to, in this episode, talk about Armand as a child when he was trafficked and when he was in the brothels, and they confirmed that period of time started or happened during when he was 12, right? Maybe he was kidnapped a little before that. Maybe he was kidnapped at like 11 or something, and then trafficked and traveled to Venice, and then the time in the brothels in Venice. Or maybe, I don't know, but at least since 12 years old he has been in the brothels, and then was bought by the Marius, who then continued to molest him throughout the rest of his childhood, from when he was 15 to when he was an adult in his 20s and mid to late 20s. And then in the show, and I'm taking this at face value, you guys, in the show, Marius also was lending him out to his friends, right? So the concept that he actually does need a love that cradles him, but I don't think that it's going to be Daniel, and I don't think it's definitely not going to be this Daniel, because they have changed Daniel to such a degree that he just can't be that for this Armand, I don't think. And to be fair, he wasn't that in the books. He helped him transition. He helped him grow. Daniel helps Armand grow. Daniel helps him on his journey. But Armand's true endgame is his children. I know we all want to be like, yes, this is about Devil's Many. It's not about Devil's Many. I'm telling you guys right now, this line is about Benji and Sibel. And there are a couple of reasons why. I don't think this line fits Daniel, and I don't think it ever will. The Daniel from the books, at least, is not a love that cradles Armand. He's a love that sees Armand's monstrosity, loves it, but ultimately is himself consumed and destroyed by it. We must always remember that in the books, Daniel is with Armand when he's a human, and he's losing his mind throughout this relationship, becoming more and more obsessed. He is the Amadeo of this relationship, and Armand becomes the Marius of this relationship. Now, it's not an exact one-to-one in the sense that Marius is a pedophile and was doing this to Armand when he was like a 15-year-old, right? And in the show now, through to his 20s, right? Daniel in the books was a 20-year-old, and Armand was in a relationship with him after Daniel was 20, but he still was young, so it's still a bit of a vibe, right? Compared to 500-year-old Armand, right? Even though Armand looked 17 and sort of had the mentality of a 17-year-old. Sort of. There's parts of him that were like that, arrested like that, but he was still 500-year-old all-powerful vampire, right? And we must remember that he was addicting Daniel to his blood. He was feeding him his blood. He was accidentally, or maybe even on purpose, maybe it was subconsciously on purpose, who knows, addicting Daniel to his blood. And he destroyed Daniel's life until he had nothing in his life except Armand. And then he was refusing to turn Armand, right? And Armand was going insane until he drinks himself half to death, almost dies, and that's when Armand changes him, right? And after that, there's this yawning chasm between them that they can't surmount. That's fueled by their, especially Armand's destructive tendencies, self-destructive tendencies, and that destroys their relationship, right? And he talks about it in the Vampire Armand that I lost him as a human lover, and I gained him as a fledgling, but we couldn't make it work. They essentially couldn't make it work, and it got so bad for Daniel that his mind broke, and he started to go insane, and he was destroyed so much that Marius came in and paternalistically decided, oh, I'll take care of you. And he was living in Marius's basement playing with trains for like almost the entirety of the rest of the books. And then we don't get any other indication that he and Armand are back together until the very end, and where it's kind of offhandedly mentioned, right? But the reality is that while that's offhandedly mentioned, that's not the emphasis on Armand's happiness. Armand's happiness in the books is gained, his self-actualization, his final self-actualization. I don't want to say final, but one of his most important self-actualizations, and when he found out how to love unconditionally, it started with Daniel, maybe. Actually, I would argue it started with Lestat, but if we want to, we can ignore his Lestat and Louis development and just go straight from Daniel. It started with Daniel, and then it ended with Benji and Sibel, right? The other reason I think this line is about Benji and Sibel is because, one, it's about cradle. It's about children. This is about children. The love that cradles Armand is the love that Armand can cradle himself. It's going to be about how he is finally able to selflessly take care of someone else. And that is going to be his children, because his relationship with Daniel is not selfless. It's carnivorous. It's all-consuming. It's very gothic romance, but it's not selfless. It's not unconditional in that same way. It's very transactional, actually. And it's even highlighted in the show that their relationship right now is very transactional, right? I give you this and you give me that, right? That's how their relationship is right now. And I don't think that's going to suddenly change. Just because Armand is going to be seen by Daniel for his monstrosity and accepted for his monstrosity, it's not the same as a love that can cradle him, which is very soft. That's a very soft love. That's a very nurturing love. That's about children. It's about parenting. It's about Benji and Sibel, you guys. And then even more, we had this line in the midst of Louis talking about Armand when he was 12 years old and having been trafficked to the brothels, and how he wasn't taken care of properly as you should be taking care of children. Instead, he was used and abused. And we have this conversation happening. And guys, you gotta understand, Benji is 12 years old. This is a discussion about Benji and how his relation. This is foreshadowing to his relationship to Benji, because Benji and Sibel represent parts of his psyche, parts of his history, parts of Armand that were never taken care of properly. And he finds grace in being able to take care of them in the way that he was never taken care of. The love that cradles Armand is going to be the love that he can cradle. Okay? I need you guys to understand that. That is my true and honest feeling about this line. That we're actually not alluding to Daniel and Devil's Minion. We're alluding to his children. I truly believe that. The moment I heard that line, I said, oh, this is about Benji and Sibel. This is not about Daniel. And it's a misdirect. We're going to think that it's about Daniel. And in next season, we're going to find out very clearly that it is not about Daniel, I think, in my opinion. Now, yeah, because I think that it's important that Armand's arc always be not about romance. He thinks that it's about romance. We think that it's about romance. But Armand's true arc should always be, if they don't fumble the fuck out of Armand's arc should always be about finding community and finding family. And it should be actually about platonic love. Armand figuring out how to love somebody without an expectation of romantic or sexual entanglement, right? I think it needs to be that. And if they don't fumble Armand more than they did in this episode, if they course correct starting next season, then that is the trajectory we're going to be going on with Armand, okay? All parts of his arc, the things that he's a failure for, is almost always about his failures as a community leader. The primary source of his failures are not really, like, it is romantic, but those are wrapped up in his failures as a community leader. His failures as a community leader to the Children of Darkness Coven, his failures as a community leader with the Théâtre de Vampire, his failure as a community leader with regards to Claudia, his failures as a community leader are now here in the show with this new cult. I know that it's going to be, I need it to be that. I need them to lock in on Armand's arc going forward, because we can't do another season of this garbage that they gave him this season, right? We can't. We need to lock in, right? I wanted to highlight those three things because I think those three things are very important for Armand in these scenes, right? It's very late, so I want to switch to, it's almost 6 hours I've been filming, so let's switch. I want to talk about the shit from this episode that killed me. Why did they do this? The problems of this scene are emblematic of the whole season, of not just this plot line, but also Gabby and Lestat's plot line, Daniel's plot line. We are not allowing sufficient room to breathe with these plot lines, to build them up properly, and to pay them off properly. This needed at least one more episode to actually feel appropriate catharsis and payoff for all of these plot lines. We also needed better distribution of time. Again, I think that this episode did not have a good grasp of distribution of focus. We needed less time in this dream for Lestat and more time on him outside of the dream, actually in real life, confronting Gabby, talking with Louis, maybe even confronting Armand, confronting Daniel, actually genuinely deal with him in the real world, not just in his mind. Setting this whole episode, this whole finale for Lestat in his mind, mistake. We needed real, tangible movement for his character, and that can only be achieved if he's actually interacting with the sources of his pain this season in real life. And right now, that has been Gabby. Mistake. Emblematic. They are focusing on the wrong thing. They had a concept of this dinner table, the long table. I can tell you right now that they started this season with, "We eat your soul at the long table," as that line. They put that on a board. They put that on their writer's board, and they said, "How do we get here?" And then they worked their way backwards. You could feel it. You could feel it that they started this scene with the concept of this long table, and all the fledglings come to talk to Lestat about his failures, and then they work their way backwards out of that. Goofy. You feel it. And that's emblematic of everything that's wrong, right, with this season. Because nothing in this finale is supported by anything else in the season. I don't want to say nothing. Certainly not with Armand's plotline. What was the point of all of this shit that we got from Armand this season if we're not going to pay it off in this episode? Why are we spending so much time on shit that we are not going to pay off until season 4? Right? We need to focus on what we need to pay off in season 3. Why are we wasting time on this shit when we're not going to do anything with it by the finale? And in fact, we're going to pivot Armand into, actually, I'm still mad about Louis. Like, you haven't told me that at any point in this season that he has any beef still with Louis or unresolved feelings about Louis. This is unsupported, right? When you think about storytelling, I want to talk about storytelling in the sense that if you're interested in learning about storytelling, there's a bunch of books that you can read, but a book series that I would recommend is the Save the Cat book series that talks about how to plot out story beats, right? And Save the Cat originally started about screenplays, like movie screenplays, but they have other iterations that are also about other things. Like they have one for novels and stuff, and I think they even have one for like journalism or something. But how to write a story and plot out beats that you hit to make the story more evocative, timeless, satisfying, etc. They threw out the very concept of plotting beats, and they sacrificed it for the sake of shock twist endings that were unnecessary. And instead of all of that shit that didn't matter, that's not going to matter until season 4, they should have reduced the amount of band time and given that time to Louis and Armand to actually build us to this crescendo crazy scene. I actually would change a whole bunch about this scene, but I'll get to that in a second, right? But if you're going to keep this scene exactly as it is in this finale, we needed to build up to this. We needed to show how Armand was feeling about Louis and how the destruction of his relationship with Louis was making him spiral. And that he knows that he can't move on with Daniel until he gets closure with Louis. Until he finalizes his divorce with Louis. He wanted to sign the papers with Louis, basically, right? This is his version of the lawyer, the two lawyers and Lestat in episode 2, where they're sitting down talking about their marriage. This is his version of that. Let's talk about it, right? He wanted to talk about their relationship, and he's forcing Louis to do it. Why the hell are we doing this to Louis? Somebody tell me, why are we doing this to Louis over the last season? Why is Lestat's idea of Louis somebody who, even in this episode, we had the whole Magnus, oh, you gave this to a guy who made your life miserable. What? That is the thing, Lestat, that you got out of the book and your and rekindling romance with Louis, is that this guy who made your life miserable. We've got to pretend. I have to believe that we are not supposed to believe that that is the truth, and that that's part of him that believes him, but he needs to tamp that down, right? I gotta just believe that, right? I gotta just accept that that's just the worst parts of his internal emotions saying that, right? Why are we characterizing Louis the whole season as somebody who owes apologies to the two men who have harmed him the most? Why are we framing that? I understand why Armand thinks that Louis owes him an apology. I understand why Armand thinks that. But why do I feel like the narrative also thinks that Louis thinks that this is true, right? I shouldn't feel like the narrative feels like this is true. And I do actually do. I think that they weirdly has been punishing Louis all season for daring to write a book about his abuse. And then he didn't even release it, by the way. Daniel released it against his will. But somehow he's taking all the heat from Lestat about it. And he's the one having to say, I'm sorry about it. Why is that? Why is that? Why is Lestat characterizing Louis as somebody who owes him anything, actually? I don't want to say anything, because if you're in a relationship, there's a bidirectional, responsibility, obviously. But the problem is that this is a gothic romance. So in a gothic romance, power imbalances are just going to be like that, right? They're going to be like that, and they're going to be extreme. They're going to be violent. So it's not that, but I do feel like there's a weird punishment ritual that we're taking Louis on. And this episode, like, for whatever reason, is like, this whole season, actually, let's zero in on the fact that he was a pimp. And his exploitation of women. And I'm like, yeah, that's actually an interesting thing to unpack. I actually do want to unpack Louis' exploitation and how that has evolved over time into his modern day persona as a capitalist, right? And as a vampire, and how that relates to him being a vampire, a bloodsucker who is draining the world, right? Let's talk about it. But we need to be talking about it in relation to the women that he harmed, right? The people that he actually harmed with his exploitation. The people that he harmed, Jonah, and with his brother. Like, Paul should have been visiting Louis, right? Like, we should be having this conversation about his relationship with Regina. And that should be an authentic relationship. The decision to say, this was Armand all along. And actually, I said it, Regina, undercuts Louis' arc. Why are we undercutting Louis' arc and Armand's arc at the same time? Because this doesn't make any sense for Armand to do. Armand is an impulsive creature. The reason that he does the things that he does is almost always out of survival or out of a sudden change that he can't handle and he can't reconcile. And so he will impulsively do something. This should not be a plan that he's been cooking up for 3 years. This should be something that he's been floundering, dealing with vampire loneliness. He's following Louis because he feels like there's something that was missing from his breakup from Louis. And then he comes upon Louis meeting Regina. And during that time, it launches the plan to pull Regina into his amends, right? That should be the order of operations. Because the whole, I've been planning this for 3 years. This specific thing. That's goofy. That's supervillain shit. And I have to just sit here and either take that at face value or just choose to believe that Lestat is misrepresenting this. And that actually it wasn't a plan 3 years in the making or whatever the fuck. That actually he just misunderstood this. Game of telephone or whatever. On the Failures album. I don't know which one I have to take. It should have been a thing that occurred to him recently after following Louis and seeing Regina, because what we needed to do with this plot line is make it about Claudia. We need to recenter Claudia. Armand's arc needed to be about Claudia, because Claudia, killing Claudia, failing Claudia as a community leader, as her coven leader, failing Claudia is the source of his current misery and the failures of his relationships with Louis and Lestat, right? So if you're going to examine how Armand has failed in his life as a counterpoint to how Lestat has failed in his life, then his most recent biggest failure is towards Claudia. So we should be seeing his arc as something that he is doing in a relation to his guilt or his regret about how he mishandled the Claudia situation, the Claudia of it all. Why are we not focusing Armand on that and then having that push him, propel him into the psychosis that we see him in here, into full gremlin, because he keeps going about it wrong. I don't mind that he's going about it wrong and that it's actually taking him down a dark path instead of a light path. I'm fine with that, but it needs to center Claudia, which means that he needs to be following Louis, trying to figure out why he feels the way he feels. He feels empty. He doesn't know what's happening. He's following Louis. He sees Louis meeting this girl that looks exactly like Claudia. And now he knows, in order for me to make amends with Louis, I need to fix the thing that I messed up, which is killing Claudia. He knows that the thing started with him killing Claudia because he's been living for this entire 77 years trying to make up for Claudia, right? That's been what he has been doing. So this should be an extension of that. So he should be seeing her, and I know that they are trying to do that with what they wrote. They are saying, oh, he's using her as a, oh, I knew I could get to her through Claudia. I knew I could get to you, Louis, through Claudia, right? And they're going the supervillain route of this, right? Instead of the actually, he regrets it, even if the regret isn't actually about killing Claudia. I completely know in my heart of hearts that he actually doesn't regret killing Claudia. He thinks of it as a mercy. He thinks of it as a mercy kill. He thinks of it as what was necessary. He thinks of it as what was inevitable, right? I don't want him to be sorry about killing Claudia because that would betray Armand's character, right? I want him to be regretful that he knows that something about killing Claudia caused him to lose Louis, right? And he knows that it starts with Claudia. So I want him to regret Claudia, not because he cares about Claudia, because he doesn't. And that would be a betrayal of his character. What I want him to care about Claudia is that knowing that something about killing Claudia was the wrong thing to do, it's making him now understand why it's not working with Louis, why it didn't work with Louis, and that's helping him to try and find closure. So he knows that the key to his closure with Louis is either fixing or leveraging Claudia, right? So let's say we do that. That leads us into Louis. This is what I'm saying. Why did we take so much from Louis too this season? Why did we take Merrick from Louis and give it to Lestat? Why is Lestat the one who has the connection to Merrick? When the books, it's Merrick. I don't know the full details of the Merrick book, but I know that Merrick is Louis' second fledgling. So why are we removing the connection with Merrick and applying it now to Lestat? Why is Lestat the one who's calling the seance? Why did we do that? Why did we do that? Why is this not something why is this not part of Louis' journey? Why is this not Louis realizing that being with Regina is not satisfying, is not bringing him closure? Even though, I mean, we could sit there and argue about whether or not he had closure at the end of season 2, and that this is just reopening a wound, but whatever. He's not getting the closure that he wants from Regina. He didn't get it from Bruce. He didn't get it from Regina. So he should be looking for another way to find closure, and he should be driving the decision to resurrect Claudia. And then Claudia's ire being directed at him And then we should have a cathartic scene after where he is understanding exactly how he himself has failed Claudia, right? All of these people, all of these storylines need to be about how they have failed Claudia. Lestat's, Louis, and Armand's. All three of them, the linchpin needs to be about how they failed Claudia in order to pull this season together thematically, right? I needed Armand to realize through this that the issue was never about, I don't want to say never, the issue in his relationship with Louis was not about him being unlovable and not really about Louis not loving him. The problem with his relationship is actually about the way that he handled Claudia, right? And through this realization, gain closure from that, right? And because he is able to realize that, then Louis, seeing that, is able to offer him the words that he actually needs in order to move on from the romantic side of things. You see how if we had reordered this story like that, how it would have led us to an actual development of both Louis and Armand without betraying both of those characters, right? Do you see what I mean? And there's a bunch of different ways we could have achieved this, by the way. And I've written down a bunch of different scenarios on how we could have approached this and how we could have fixed this. But before we get to that, I'm going to talk about some other stuff that feels, what the fuck, right? Like, what was the point of the revenge porn and live streaming stuff? Why are we taking stuff from the Devil's Minion chapter, which is when Armand was obsessed with filming himself, like doing stupid, cutesy films. This and Daniel would be like he was just taking goofy ass films and of his hair growing and shit like that. And then he and Daniel went out to do man on the street interviews. Why are we taking those and making them this revenge porn and snuff film live streaming? Because those are the equivalents of that's what they were pulling. They were pulling that from the Devil's Minion chapter in Queen of the Damned. They were taking that from there and they were reimagining it for TV as revenge porn and snuff film live streaming. Why did we do that? Why are we determined to make Devil's Minion even darker than it was in the books? The books, it was actually sufficiently dark. But maybe this is the result of aging up both of those characters into the worst parts of themselves before they get turned into vampires. And then continuing from there. That this is maybe the, natural result of making Armand worse in the show than he was in the books. He has lost some of his whimsy, actually. Although I'm hoping that he can regain some of it in season 4. Right? I need to see him regaining some of his childish whimsy and exploring his childish side. Not his petulant side, which we got plenty of this episode. Not his Amadeo side. We need to see him exploring his inner joyful child, which is what he does during the Devil's Minion chapter. He's still, scary and dark and twisted and malicious, and he's, doing all kinds of weird freak shit, right? But it's still a little bit more whimsical, right? And then that prepares him perfectly for when he later, after his attempt, prepares him for Benji and Spell, right? And being able to provide them the whimsy, the space for whimsy that he never got, right? So anyway, whatever. What's the point of the new code? What's this GC connection? I don't actually believe that he doesn't care about the Great Conversion. I think that he is planning something, and that's obviously not going to go anywhere until season 4. But that betrays, why did we waste our time, waste a whole bunch of screen time when we could have just had 1 or maybe 2 touch points on that? Why did we waste a bunch of screen time on that instead of bolstering Luman scenes throughout the season? Every scene that we got that was about his cult shit, him killing Larry, him meeting Alex, all that stuff, scrap it. Throw it out. Replace all of that with Luman. He should have met Luman at least once before we got to this point and should have been rejected by Louis at least once. He should have, that episode 4 where he was going around with his letters, it should have ended with him going to Louis and trying to read that letter and Louis dismissing him. And then that sets him off. And then also, if we had done it in episode 4, that's also the first time that we got Louis and Regina having a conversation. And instead of this Machiavelli, oh, I've hired Regina to fool you as you were hiring her to be Claudia. Yada, yada. Get rid of that. Get rid of that whole plot, right? Instead, that should be the first time that he sees Regina. He's there to read his letter to Louis. Louis dismisses him, and he's about to leave, and then Regina walks up. Louis maybe is frantically trying to dismiss him. Maybe even we could have that misunderstanding that maybe Louis was interested in hearing the letter, but because he met him at the diner, he was frantically pushing, Armand away because he didn't want Armand to see Regina, who's the Claudia lookalike, because he didn't want to draw Claudia into Armand shit. So he hurriedly is trying to get Armand out the door, both because he doesn't want to hear it, but also because he doesn't want him to see Regina. But unfortunately for him, we could have a thing where Armand looks back and sees Regina anyway. And that starts his idea to pull Regina into his apology tour, right? And then we've connected those two. We've hinted at something Armand is going to do this season is going to have something to do with Regina. We don't know have the full truth, right? Maybe we, the audience, just think, oh God, is he going to kill Regina too? Right? Like we have that fear, which I guess is a real fear because he might do that, right, in the finale. But in actuality, our fear that he's going to kill Regina is hiding what he's actually doing, which is going to be hiring her to grift Louis even more, right? Or maybe we have it so that he is hiring Regina to be Claudia's replacement as an apology. Oh, he's looking for Claudia? Well, I'll make sure he gets Claudia through Regina, right? Wrong-headed, not gonna work. Just like for Louis, it's not gonna work. This is wrong-headed. This is not the way to do this, right? It's not the way to get closure. But Armand's not gonna understand that, right? Because he doesn't value Claudia at all. So he's like, I can lift daughter, sister here, and then I can slot in new waitress here. Like that's how he's thinking about it, right? Like we could have done something like that to tie this together and to hint at what's going to happen here in the finale. See how I'm building up a beat? See how I've, in story structure, I have given us at least 2 beats to allow us to get to here, right? Do you see what I mean? Anyway. What else was kind of baffling to I've named this section baffling to downright offensive. He lets Regina go and doesn't erase her memory, so she's just running out there terrorized, full knowledge of Armand and Louis and vampires in general, full knowledge, and she's just running around with that. He has done nothing to obviously the great laws don't bother him much anymore. He's let go of them. He's let go of that structure because he had replaced it with Louis. And he'd only gone back to it at least briefly as part of his disguise for the season. Although I think that it's going to end up being a bit more complicated because I do think that he truly does see a need for some kind of structure for vampires, just like he needs structure, but just maybe not in the form of the great laws anymore. Maybe he's just, on his megalomaniac era, where he's like, the structure they need is me. Since we're making Armand a supervillain, with his iPad that can control the world, he can scan the world, eye in the sky, and what is it called? What was it called in this was like such a Fast and Furious kind of plot. His eye in the sky, the what did they call it? God's eye, whatever. His God's eye on his iPad. Why did they make him a supervillain, y'all? This was so goofy. This was such a jump the shark moment with Armand's character. They gotta pivot hard in season 4, y'all. Yeah, okay. Let's circle back around to the concept of Luman in our Lesmon and Lesmon in our Luman, and then not supporting Luman by giving them more scenes. This is why I'm saying, if we have made a decision to not adapt Lesmon in this season, fine. I don't like it. I think Lesmon in your Luman is stupid and betrays a fundamental misunderstanding of not only the characters within those dynamics, but also the dynamics themselves, and also the thesis statement of TVC as a story about a bunch of evil vampires who find love in each other, even though they all are evil, super evil, and don't deserve it, but they still find community and family with each other. Anyway, I think it betrays that and the polyamory of that. But fine, we're Lesmaning our Luman. Fine. I've accepted that. We needed to scrap almost every single Lesmon modern day scene. If we're Lesmaning our Luman, then we needed to replace almost everything in episode 4 that has something to do with Lesmon, replace it with Luman immediately, right? I think the most or at the very least, what we should have gotten was we should have moved the concert scene up, the show scene, the big boss scene up, so that it happened in the middle of the episode, and that's the only Lesmon touch point that we get between them in modern day, right? And then the rest is, and then the last touch point should have been Luman, and that seeds that in. And then the next thing that we get is, instead of Armand targeting Lestat's band or whatever the hell, what we should have gotten was Armand following, the reveal that Armand has been following Louis and is in some way in contact with Regina. Do you imagine, instead of the cliffhanger of Armand throwing Larry in front of a train, whatever, with his psychic powers, completely get rid of that. Completely get rid of it. And instead, replace that with, at the end of this episode, this is after Lestat goes to see Regina at the diner. At the end of this episode, have Regina get off of work, leave work, and remember, if in this new story, we have already established that Armand has seen her and has become intrigued by her in some way. So we can have a moment where we're fearing for our lives, like, oh my God, is Regina about to die? Because it feels like she's about to die. She's in danger. And then we have a car pull up, or maybe a cab, whatever. And she gets into the cab and turns around, and Armand is there. Cliffhanger. Tension. Right? And then we, the audience, are thinking, oh my God, Armand is about to kill her or mind control her, one or the other. Right? And what we don't know is that actually this is a routine meeting between them. And that actually, like, if we're supporting the whole Machiavelli plan or whatever, right? That he is now using Regina to manipulate Louis. Fine, right? Then we need to have a scene like that at the end of episode 5, where we realize that he is now meeting with Regina. And now we're thinking, oh my God, what's going on? We know there's a connection between them. We don't know what it is. And then in the finale, reveal that actually all this time that he has been using Regina to manipulate Louis. Whatever, right? And then it would be supported, instead of us, we're fearing that he's going to kill her, when in fact, he was actually using her, right? For her grift abilities, right? Like, that's how you see that storyline further in, right? So we need to get rid of all of these Lesmon-related scenes in modern day. Keep Lesmon to the past, to the 18th century, right? And instead make all of the modern day stuff primarily Luman-coded. And then now we know that something about Louis and Armand's journey is going to lead to each other by the finale. We just don't know how it's going to explode there. And then when it does explode, now we're like, oh my God, but we don't feel unmoored, like it's out of nowhere, because we've seeded it earlier in the season with at least 2 to 3 scenes dealing with Luman and how they feel after they are divorced. Maybe how they feel differently about their divorce, whatever. But that's been seeded now, right? Speaking of Luman, let's talk about this apology that Armand tortures out of Louis. They have hampered that apology because they made it be about torture. So now we don't even believe, we can't believe that that is a sincere apology, or even like before we even get into whether or not Armand is owed an apology, which he's not in that way, not in that way. I think he's at best owed acknowledgement. I don't know if he's owed. Like, he's not owed, but I would understand if Louis wants to grant it. If in his journey, through his feelings about his life, he has decided that, Armand, I want to acknowledge you in some way, in a way that I just couldn't when we were together, right? Because we were destroying each other, and you were destroying me, and then you did destroy me when you killed my daughter and my sister, right? And then tried to kill me, right? Like, but now he's had distance. He's had 2-3 years distance. And so now he's in a position to be able to look at his relationship with Armand and maybe say something to him that would provide him closure as well, right? Like, I'm okay if we were taking Louis' journey there, right? Where he didn't feel like, I don't want him to feel like he owes Armand anything, because he doesn't, right? But what we are doing in this series, in this episode, is we are having Armand believe that he is owed something, and he's forcing that out of Louis, which I'm fine with the concept of that, but unfortunately, because we haven't been actually developing Armand on his own, we haven't been digging into TVL backstory with Armand properly, we can't feel emotionally connected to that, because now the way that we are touching on his childhood sexual assault is after he is in the midst of him torturing Louis. It's going to create an inability for a bunch of audience members to sympathize with him in any way, or even connect to what he is saying. They may even say this is some bullshit manipulation, right? We already, even after season 2, we already have a bunch of people who took that scene as a bunch of lies, right? There's a bunch of people out there right now who thinks that he was lying about his childhood sexual assault, right? About being groomed and pimped out by his maker, right? So this is not going to help. We are not going to, this is not serving Armand's story, and it's not serving Louis, because why is Louis yet again in a position where he's being forced to apologize to another abuser? Why are we writing this when we could write this differently? If you want to tell me that there is something about his relationship with Armand in this last 77 years that he truly feels like he needs to talk to Armand about, we need to see that earlier in the season. We need to see Louis ruminating on his relationship with Armand and the way that he left it, and feelings of something left unsaid there. We need to understand that about how Louis feels about Armand, right? If you're telling me that there is something that Louis, if I'm supposed to believe that there's actually something sincere in what he said, and that he's not just saying that so that he can get out of the saw trap, right? Then I need to see that seeded earlier with Louis' story, that there is something, like, regardless of everything, he doesn't want to be back with Armand. He doesn't owe Armand any kind of, like, tangible apology. He was abused by Armand. He was harmed by Armand, but there is something that he does want to say to Armand. See that in. Give me a scene. Do it in the scene when he's talking to Daniel and they're talking about Armand, and he has a look on his face when he's thinking about Armand or something. Like, give me something, right? Secondly, if we're framing this conversation, now, this is how I have to rationalize what Louis is saying here, personally. Me personally. There's a couple things I think that are happening here. I think that Louis is actually a person who knows Armand well enough because proximity. He has lived with Armand for almost a century. He's seeing Armand flip the fuck out He's full gremlin right now. Louis is familiar with his gremlin side. He knows Armand. He's not deceived by Armand. I know that's a common thing to think that he doesn't know Armand is crazy. He knows Armand's crazy. The first night that he met Armand, he watched him put on a play in which he brutalized the woman on stage. And then he knows that he was in a coven in which he fostered an environment in which they brutalized people on stage every night, every single day. He was with Armand for like 3 years in Paris. Every single day of all of those 3 years, they were brutalizing people on screen, on stage for entertainment. He knows that Armand is monstrous, right? This is not news to him. He had a name of Gremlin for him because he has met the Gremlin before, right? Like he knows who the Gremlin is in that San Francisco fight. So he's well aware of who Armand is. So Armand flipping out here is pissing him off. He's very defiant, and I love that he was very defiant during the scene. But he also is very aware of how Armand is when he gets like this. And so that is my opinion. He first started trying to appeal to him as Armand. He kept calling him Armand. I'm never going to forgive you, blah, 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 Armand, right? And then he started to die, and then he started to cut up Regina, right? And then Louis was like, oh shit, this is not going to work. And then he switched tactics, right? And he tried to go with something. I think that the show is trying to tell me that some of this is sincere, and that he does actually think this, but he would never say it unless it's under these circumstances. I wish these wasn't the circumstances, and I'll talk about that in a second, about how I would have changed everything about the scene in order to make this less racist. But anyway, so he's saying this to Armand, and he knows Armand, and he knows that the way to talk to Armand is to appeal to his inner child, his inner Arun, right? Which is why the thing that he talks about is not an apology. He doesn't apologize to, well, I don't want to say that because he does say I'm sorry, but he's not saying all that other stuff that he put down on the paper that Armand thinks that he wants to hear from Louis. What he says is, I see what happened with you, and I understand why you are like this, right? I understand why this part of your life has haunted you for 500 years, and you've never been able to escape this, right? He understands this part of him, this Arun part of him, because he folded that into their relationship, into their dynamic. But the problem with their relationship, if the show is trying to tell me that there was a problem with the Arun Maitre dynamic, which I actually have always felt like that it was very murky, very gothic romancy, very murky dynamic power dynamics where we were getting there. If we were supposed to believe, because this is when he starts talking about his past as a pimp, and that he has been trying to ignore the things about his own life and culpability in the exploitation of others, and that being with Armand actually was a continuous reminder of his own sins, right? And the only way he could get through that is to ignore Armand's history and avoid talking about it with him, and just never talk about it with him. And whenever some shit came up that evoked that in Armand, he would just ignore it, right? Again, given the power dynamic between them, where Armand is his abuser, it's completely reasonable, like, to not engage in that with your abuser, right? But for whatever reason, the show is telling me that that is something that he does at least a little bit regret about the way that he approached his relationship with Armand. And we also have to always remember that their relationship was mostly just kind of sexual, and, you know, he wanted it to be like easy breezy. And then he has the big fight with Claudia right after learning about Armand's past, and he takes all of this information, that the fight with Claudia, the threat from Armand to Claudia, and he's trying to, and the threat of the coven, that the warning from Armand about the coven, he synthesizes all that, and Armand saying, I don't want to be leader anymore. He synthesizes all of that information, and he comes up with the Arun Maitre dynamic, right? Or at least the Arun, the DS relationship. characterized around the Arun persona, right? And he uses the tools that he learned doing a job that he didn't want to do, but felt compelled to do in order to maintain his level of proximity to white society back in New Orleans. He used the tools that he learned there to apply them to his relationship in order to regain some kind of agency and power in his relationship with Armand, who had, in fact, overrode all of Louis' power and agency, right? Like, so he used that to try his best to mitigate some of that and to, hey, I can protect Claudia like this. I can protect myself like this. I can take the burden of leadership off of Armand's shoulders like this. I can appease the coven like this and maybe even gain control of the coven like this. That is why he started their DS relationship in the way that he did. And that was also the time when he let go of the Dreamstat ghost and decided to at least attempt to approach this relationship more seriously, right? With genuinely commit. Because before that, he wasn't committing. Are you companions? No. Right. Yes. No. Right? Of course, it immediately went sideways because Santiago had already found the diaries and was already plotting their deaths. And then the Madeline shit happened, and Armand took that as rejection and then swung back over to the coven. So it was a wash. All of Louis' plan there on the bench on how he was going to manage his time in Paris going forward was a wash immediately, right? And he didn't know it. None of them knew it, right? But if the show is trying to tell me that there was something more sinister because I feel like the show is hinting very subtly that there was actually something more sinister involved in why he applied the Arun Maitre dynamic to their relationship as a tool for gaining power in the midst of his own powerlessness, right? And if the show is trying to tell me that in the last 77 years, something about that power dynamic, about that DS relationship shifted, and there was something fucked up that was happening in that Louis feels something like regret about, that he approached that wrong and that it was damaging to Armand, and that he wants to actually genuinely acknowledge that, if anything else. I needed to see Lou Man's relationship in those 77 years, outside of when we saw it at the end in Dubai, and outside of 2-5, when it was when they established their relationship as a companionship officially, by the way. I needed to see something, 1 or 2 scenes of something weird going on with their Arun Maitre dynamic, that I needed to see it. I don't think it matters ultimately, because at the end of the day, Armand has so much more material power over Louis. And at any time, he could have left Louis. At any time. And there was a variety of reasons why I think he didn't. And why I think Armand felt like he couldn't, right? Because of his asceticism, because of his zealotry, because Louis was his god. Remember, the first season, Armand looks Daniel dead in the eye and he says, I serve a god. He wasn't fucking Louis was his god, right? I need you to understand that Louis was his god. He was being dead fucking serious, right? He did not feel like he could leave his god. He has forced Louis into this position as his god, even though Louis doesn't want to be that to him. He's always wanted to be his equal, which is why we had the whole rejection moment in Paris, right? Because he wanted to talk to him about Madeline as an equal, and then Armand, uncomfortable because of his own issues with the idea of transforming vampires, tried to apply the Arun Maitre dynamic, and then Louis, rejecting that, trying to put up boundaries about that, said, pulled back from that, and then tried to say it's okay when Armand could see something went wrong, and then he tried to say sorry, and he didn't know what went wrong there, why whatever he said went wrong. But so he said sorry, and Louis saw that, And he tried to, I think, ease that a little bit, but he also did it in a very dismissive way. I know that some of you guys want to say that he was being really kind there, and I can't ascribe to that. His face and the way he looked when he dismissed Armand to go back to the theater while he went to go change Madeline was too cold and dismissive. It was done. It was over. His facial expression was done. Sorry, my camera is overheating because it's 6.5 hours that I've been filming straight. So anyway, so like what was I saying? Yeah. So he felt rejection there, but it was because Louis felt uncomfortable with Armand applying the Arun maître dynamic to a situation that he wanted to talk with him about as an equal, right? He wanted to talk to him as an equal, and Armand just couldn't do it. He can't do that. He wanted Louis to be his Marius, to be his maître, right? Because he believed that that was the only way to keep Louis with him, right? So that's why it went wrong. So if you're telling me that there is something about that dynamic that shifted in these 77 years and it became something darker on the part of Louis, you needed to show me that. You cannot try and tell me that he feels bad about how he made Armand feel as a victim and a survivor of child sexual trafficking, as somebody who formerly was a pimp. You can't tell me that he feels bad about that without showing me times in which he feels bad about that. And there's a fundamental issue with the way this show has been adapted from the first season to now, that has been relying and refocusing everything on monogamy, on Lestat monogamy, that has prevented the show from exploring with genuine honesty any dynamic that's not about Louis and Lestat, right? They have been reducing, very noticeably reducing the Luman and the Lesman sincerity in order to prop up Lestat. It's been very clear. So if you're going to do that, you cannot build an entire arc in this season about Louis secretly feeling some responsibility to how he treated Armand in their marriage. And you can't build an entire arc using Lesman dynamic for Luman when you've been paying both Lesman and Luman dust. You have not supported this conversation. So sorry, you can't just these three dynamics and then build something out of it when you're not giving us time to actually get there. I needed to see, if you want to make this season actually be about Luman divorce era, post-divorce era, fine. We open the season with Louis and Armand looking at each other across the auction. They're seemingly, not, I don't want to say good terms, but they're on relatively civil, if a little bit, tense terms. Post decapitation and torture, by the way. That's a crazy scene to now recontextualize as happening post all of this, right? But fine. We want to actually dig into Luman more, right? This season, fine. Give me Luman scenes. Show me flashbacks to their marriage and things shifting. Their power dynamic slightly shifting. If you are telling me that there was some kind of, if you're telling me that the material power skewed towards Armand, but the emotional power skewed towards Louis at some point, then show me that. Show me that shift. Because right now, it's looking like Armand held all the power in their relationship because he held all the power in their relationship. And that there was, and all the emotional power that was there was because of Armand's own obsession. Because it was a one-sided relationship. You need to, if you are going to tell me that there is something about the way Louis feels about Armand, there's something more there, then you need to actually give Luman more sincerity instead of every single time they're brought up as a relationship, ridiculing it, calling it, soft, whatever, saying that they are nothing. that actually Louis never felt anything. You need to make it more complicated than that. You need to actually show me that whatever he's saying here is just out of anger. And in fact, actually, there was points when Louis actually did love Armand. And that Armand's actions destroyed that. But there were moments of sincerity between them. Because all we've gotten is, no. Are you companions? No. I love you, but it feels empty. In the middle of Armand exposing part of his child sexual assault to Louis, Lestat is there and then he's laughing. And that's supposed to be an expression of Louis himself. So is Louis laughing? You know, why did every single moment of intimacy between Louis and Armand become something dark and twisted? And something that felt insincere? Show me genuine sincerity between them then. If you're going to tell me that Louis felt some kind of sincerity, show me that. Why are you undercutting every single Luman moment from the first episode all the way through 3 seasons to now? Why are you undercutting Luman with Lestat and saying he never loved he never loved Armand. He always, throughout that entire time, loved Lestat. Even in this episode, why are you doing that? Right? Anyway, don't lesmine your Luman if you're not ready to lesmine your Luman. That's all I'm saying. Like, make it epic. Make it like lesmine. If you're going to use lesmine dynamic to characterize it, then make it epic. Don't just tell me this in the middle of Louis being tortured so that it's in such a way that I just don't believe it. The audience is not going to believe that. I can tell you right now that nobody watching this who has absolutely no idea of the books is going to believe that, or who isn't Luman pilled or something. Nobody is going to believe that. Who isn't familiar with Gothic horror. Nobody's going to believe that. They're going to think he's just saying that so he doesn't die. Which, quite frankly, that's what it appears to me, too, to a certain extent. It's just that I have an interest in Luman. You guys know how much I enjoy Luman and thinking about Luman and unpacking Luman. But that's just because that's who I am. I like dark Gothic dynamics, and Luman is like rich in that. But I know that that's my reaction to Luman is not the average reaction to Luman. I know that. I'm in these fandom spaces. I know how people feel about Luman and how they talk about it, right? Like, I'm aware of that. Anyway, I have so many issues about this. I also thought that the roommate dynamic had a tinge of regression from both of them, regressing to a darker time in their life, a time that they didn't want to be in, which is why using a DS relationship as part of your attempt to gain control in an abusive relationship was always going to fail, right? Because the reality is that you can't use a DS relationship to change material power outside of that DS relationship. DS relationships are just about kink. You're just about kink, right? Like, your material power outside of your kink scene doesn't change just because in the kink scene you have a role reversal or something like that. It doesn't actually actionably change your real world power dynamic. The only way to change your real world power dynamic is to have a material difference between you, which means you break up and something changes that evens out your material power and abilities or something like that. And then get together later after having both grown apart. That is the only way that you can shift a power dynamic. I don't want to say only way, but that's the main way that you can shift a power dynamic that's that severe. And you also probably need an external source to be your therapist, a real therapist, not just Daniel hopped up on drugs and then later Daniel hopped up on envy and mean-spiritedness, you know? You got to have a real therapist help you through that if you really want to go to couples therapy, which, you know, that they don't actually because they want to break up. So it's run its course by the time we get to Dubai. So, you know. Anyway, let's keep talking. It's almost 7 hours and it's late as fuck for me. Okay. Next I want to talk about... Yeah, I've talked about the hate boner for Louis that these writers seem to have, where they put him through the most unimaginable agony possible every season. How that feeds definitely into the weird anti-blackness of this season. Never more prevalent than in this episode, where we could have just adjusted this scene a few ways and still garnered the same result, but without any of the anti-blackness or the Islamophobia or the Orientalism of this episode. Guys, we need to talk about this fucking butchery scene. Why did this writer's room write up a scenario in which two Muslim-coded characters, Farid and Armand, I don't know if they are Muslim, if they are both Muslim in the show, but I'm saying that they are very much coded, especially in this episode. Why did we cook up a scene of these two brown men kidnapping these two black people to torture them? One of them they beheaded and then filmed on live stream in a kosher butchery. Do they not see the Islamophobia of that? Do they not understand how bad that looks? Are they unaware, or are they fully aware and they just are comfortable using that imagery with absolutely zero care for the optics of that? Why did we watch two guys with a headless person in a room live streaming to somewhere? Like, this is a snuff film. We need to talk about why we consistently are covering Armand with like Nazi crazy weird Nazi like imagery since season 2, when we had him being covered by the swastika. Why is this a thing? I feel like we are using this as salacious content to be shocking or grotesque, but without any follow through. This episode needed to be the penultimate episode. It needed to be focused on this scenario, penultimate episode, and then the finale needed to unpack the shit that they threw in it. There are so many ways we could have done this scene and not had these weird energy. Why did we not have a sensitivity reader reading these scripts and going, maybe let's not have that. Let's not do that. Easy way to fix this. Easy way to fix it. It's like both Orientalist, is Islamophobic, is anti-black, and it might even be anti-Semitic at the same time. How are you hitting all of these fucking points? Let's see. How is it that they managed to just kill like 5 birds with one racist fucking stone? What? This was an insane choice. And we are not going to get proper follow-up. And I'll tell you why I know we're not going to get proper follow-up to putting that kind of imagery together for this scene. Because we didn't get that from the lynching trial, because they refuse to call it a lynching. We are not getting proper follow-up for that. By the way, what Armand did to Louis in this episode was a second lynching. Let us talk about that. We are not going to get the proper follow-up to this at all. We're not going to get a sensitive follow-up to this. If you're going to use this imagery, you need to be responsible for how it's going to make people feel. And I'm so sorry. This was an insane decision on the showrunner's part. They were using this imagery salaciously and not responsibly, in my opinion. They truly were. Crazy work, y'all. How do we fix this? How do we fix this? Basic. I have a whole list of how do we fix the shit that was not right about these scenes, right? I've talked about the ways that we can fix some of these character arcs with this, right? Yeah. No DM. Replace all the DM and Lesmon scenes with Lumon so we can support this Lumon conclusion immediately. DM doesn't need to be romantic. We don't need this love confession and hint of love or whatever, right? We don't need any of that, actually. Save DM for season 4. Slow burn it. We all knew it was going to be slow burn anyway. And all we got was crumbs anyway. Unnecessary. Focus Daniel on his own storyline this season. Isolate them. Their isolation would actually bolster their individual plots. Imagine if this season Daniel was so isolated and that's what caused him to hate Lestat even more, right? Because Lestat is also othering him and also isolating him, and that's what causes him to release the revenge porn video, and then at the end of the season join Armand as one of his minions and acolytes, the minion and acolyte, not knowing that he's the minion, right? I mean, only knowing as much as him being his only one and only first fledgling, right? Imagine if we had done that. Isolate them. Isolate Armand. Armand's behavior in this episode does not make sense because he's not isolated enough. He's not isolated enough. He very clearly said that he has a relationship going on with Daniel that he has been nurturing for 52 years. So immediately he has the potential for a new structure. So him flipping out in this episode doesn't make any sense because he has something that he can look forward to. Immediately isolate him. He doesn't have that. Show us that he's trying to get back with Daniel and Daniel is rejecting him and he can't make Daniel remember anything about their life together or something like that. Because, or don't even hint at that actually. Just have them be separate. Save that for season 4. Have them be separate. He doesn't know how to be a maker and he can't figure it out and he's avoiding the fuck out of Daniel, right? Fine, right? How do we fix this scene? We replaced the DM and Lesmon scenes with Lumon. Immediately, motivation improved for why we got here, right? Show Armand losing his shit all through the season. Getting rejected, losing it. Absolutely losing it. Don't make his murder of Larry calculated. Make it manic. Make it feel like it's just he's losing his mind, right? If that's what we want to do. Let's talk about the room itself. How do we make what's happening in this butchery better and less anti-black and exploitative, right? Keep Daniel in the room. Do we keep Daniel in the room so that it's not just 2 brown men torturing 2 black people, right? Keep Daniel there, maybe get a little DM action. Honestly, the easiest and the best way to have fixed that scene is to keep Lestat there. If Armand is torturing both Lestat and Louis, then it doesn't feel like a one-sided, or I don't want to say one-sided, it doesn't feel like a target against Louis. It feels like a result of both of them, right? Both of them need to be there together. It's not the ideal. I'll tell you, I'll get to the ideal change, in my opinion. But at least have Lestat be there so that he is also getting brutalized, so that we're not getting just yet another Louis alone gets brutalized while the white counterpart has a lovely dream. I don't want to say lovely dream, but he's just in a dream. He's not getting actively tortured, right? See what I mean? Have Lestat in the room, and like I said earlier, have Louis not get his head chopped off at the end of episode 6. Have Lestat get his head chopped off so that we could do the experiment and do whatever we're doing with the Telemasca. And then instead have Armand take control of Louis's mind and have him help carry Lestat away. Have him carry. Do you know how gothic romance we could have gotten? We could have gotten triple gothic romance in this, by the way. Have Armand controlling. We've seen it. They've seen it that in the season, that he can control other vampires' minds like that and just live through them. Have him do that to Louis, which is still monstrosity on Armand's part. So we're still getting Gremlin Armand. He controls Louis's mind, tells him to pick up Lestat's head and then carry it away. And then that's the shot, is Armand leading Louis away, carrying Lestat's head using mind control, right? And then we cut to this scene, or we get to this scene in this episode, and it's Lestat, headless, full body exposed, so that we can see the kind of brutality that Armand just inflicted on Lestat. Very similar to a Lesmond dynamic, by the way. So we're getting a little Lesmond there. Lestat's head on a plate, he's asleep, having his dream, his long table dream. He's at one long table here in the butchery, but in his dream, he's at another long table that combines those images, by the way, and connects those two storylines, right? Louis is on the other side of the long table, fully intact, but held and immobilized by Armand's power. Immediately, we no longer have this weird dynamic where only black bodies are brutalized, because Louis is being tortured with his loved one across from him, but he's not actually having his body brutalized, right? Immediately, that scene is improved. Do you see how that scene is improved? We still get deranged Armand doing all of this. We get Lesmond transgression, right? That's very similar to the kind of transgression, the way that he likes to control Lestat's body during the Paris 1800s, right? We get a little bit of that, a hint of that. We've involved Lestat in the scene, so it feels like we are building towards a real, true dynamic between Lestat and Armand that's at least somewhat similar to the books, right? Louis is not being brutalized unnecessarily. And then we bring in Claudia, the Fraudia, Regina, and we're using her and Lestat to threaten Louis into this apology. And then maybe we have a timer clicking down behind about how long Lestat can live without his head on, right? And then the way we escalate the scene is that we have this happening. Farid is taking the vitals and the nodes and everything like that. He's got like nodes on his head, not wired, but just on his head that he's doing readings for, right? And then Daniel comes in, Minion Daniel comes in, and Armand says, I want you to take his head and I want you to take it as far away from here as possible. And saying that in front of Louis is an escalation of the torture. Now, he's not seeing his love here, and the longer he holds out, the farther away that Daniel gets from the butcher shop, the more tense Louis feels, because that's how long it's going to take to come back and put the head back on, right? So he's going to be feeling tension the longer the clock ticks down, and that's the longer that the head goes away. See how I'm escalating tension here, right? We're still getting unhinged Armand, but we're not getting torture porn of Louis, right? Right? Scene improved immediately. I've connected the two stories. Louis is not being tortured unnecessarily. Black bodies are not being tortured unnecessarily, right? We've refocused the scene so that Lestat is also part of it. So that ties into the narrative of the story of Lestat's bodily autonomy being stripped from him, right? That feeds into those themes, right? Like, we're getting at least somewhat of the Lesmond cathedrals, right? Like, you see how this is all improved, right? That's how we improve that, right? Let's say this. Let's say we don't do any of that, right? Keep the scene the same with Louis getting beheaded, fine, whatever. Make the catalyst for this moment Armand finding out about Marius. I think I actually said this early in the recording. Make the catalyst for this about him finding out about Marius, and that causing his spiral. Make this a spontaneous thing that he did, not a plan that he's been doing for years or whatever, like Machiavelli style, supervillain style. Instead, make it an impulse thing that happens after he learns about the truth about Marius. He flips out and he takes it out. He sprays his bullet. Like I said, he's been spraying the bullets against people who actually didn't harm him because he couldn't actually find or didn't believe the people who had harmed him are still alive. Now he knows the person that did harm him is still alive. And he has a lot of complicated feelings about that. And he's taking it out one more time on the replacement for Marius that he had recently, which is Louis, right? Improves the scene, at least on a motivation level, but it doesn't improve it on the brutalization of black bodies. So that's actually not my ideal. That's a different way that we could have done this scene to support this, right? I've talked about how we make it about loss of religion and zealotry because he has replaced his religious zealotry that he has been indoctrinated into a number of times, even before he was trafficked, with Louis. He clings to Louis as if he's his god, etc., right? If we're going to have this brutal scene with Louis, then we need to memnock Armand after this, right after. This is why I personally think that this should have been a penultimate episode. We should have had 8 episodes. And then episode 8 is Armand realizing what he has just done to Louis, it making him spiral even more in his own feelings of emptiness. Remove the DM stuff, make him isolated from Daniel, and so he feels like he has nothing left, and memnock him, right? If we're pulling from memnock for the Lestat stuff, Dream World Lestat stuff, at least that's my feeling of it. At least the brushes of it. It's not, obviously it's not exactly that, but you know, Magnus feels like he's taking the place of memnock, in my opinion. And then later Gabby, and then we're going through the underworld with him, you know, etc., etc. And then Paul is representing Jesus when he meets Jesus or whatever. In my opinion, that's how I've read it. So if we're getting memnock there, then let's get memnock with Armand. Armand realizing what he has just done with Louis, feeling empty. Louis offers him this bone of like, hey, I see you and I understand why you're so dark-sided. It doesn't make Armand feel better. It makes him feel worse, in fact. And so he immediately tries to immolate himself. After he puts Louis' head back on, helps him sew up, gives him his blood or something like that. Let's do that, by the way. Then he goes out. Louis doesn't know what's happening, but then he immolates. He's not going to go out into the sun because he can't do that because he's a daywalker, but he can self-immolate, right? Let's have that happen. And that's the cliffhanger for Armand, is that he is now self-immolating, right? And everybody's like, what the fuck is going to happen to Armand? Just like we were at the end of Memnock. Oh my God, did Armand just die? That kind of thing. Immediate catharsis, by the way, because the audience just watched him brutalize Louis, and then Louis talked him down, and then if he immediately self-immolates after that, the audience will feel some kind of catharsis about that. That whatever Louis just said to him was enough to make him immolate. It's not the best, it's not ideal, but it is in keeping with the books. If we're going to pull Memnock forward, let's do Memnock with Armand then. And then replace his post-Memnock emotions and cleansing. It was also a cleansing thing. He was trying to pay for his sins by immolating in the books a little bit. He was trying to prove the miracle of the soul and the existence of heaven and hell by immolating, right? The Veronica's veil and stuff. Let's do that then. Let's tie it in with this exploration that we've been having this season of the soul. Does the soul exist, and what does that mean, right? Memnock Armand, right? Let's do it then. And then have him come out of that, and then he could start his relationship with Daniel, and it resets his relationships as well with Louis and Armand, Louis and Lestat, right? Let's do it, right? And it would reset things for the audience. Now, my personal preference is that we change this scene in a different way, actually, and that we keep the Memnock plot line of immolation for the end of season 4. me personally. That is my personal, and we use that to spin them off into their own show, Night Island show, whatever, that focuses on Armand, right? That's my preference. But if we are not going to do that, let's knock him here, right? Like I said, other way to improve the scene is just do like almost the exact same thing, except Louis has his head back on, right? We can even part way through sew Louis's head back on. Oh, Louis is Lestat's fledgling, but he's not powerful enough to last as long as Lestat. And Armand, devolving in the scene, understands that something is wrong about this, or something is not going the way that he wants. And so he finally just relents and puts Louis's head back on. And then we continue the scene with the head back on. Maybe the conversation between Louis and Louis resists Armand to the very end. And as he's about to die, Armand, seeing that, doesn't want him to die, actually. And he relents and he starts putting Louis's head back on, and he sews it back on. And then he even lets Regina go and allows himself to be okay with not getting what he wants there, right? And Louis, in seeing this, is when he offers the conversation about his feelings about the Armand's childhood. That is when he offers the information, not when Armand demands it, but only after Armand relents himself and loses in this moment and realizes that what he did was the wrong way to approach it, and in an attempt to apologize, starts putting his head back on. He's sewing it back up. If I'm not going to get the Nikki hand chops and then Armand sewing them back on, then let me get at least Armand sewing or helping Farid sew Louis's head back on, and then have Armand offer Louis his blood. And that is the thing that causes Louis to finally just say what he's wanted to say to Armand. And then now it feels like it's less under duress and more sincere. See? Scene improved. Again, better if we weren't brutalizing Louis, but if we're going to keep that part, then let's make it gothic romance. Let's make it both, right? But again, I have two ideal ways to approach this. Have Lestat in the scene. Let's make it a Lestat, a Lesmond, and a Luman scene all at once. Louis, fully head intact, watching his lover slowly die in front of him, aching. It's pushing him to a point where he can finally say "I love you" to Lestat later, after they are done with all this. And he realizes, because we've kept a conversation between Lestat and Louis after Lestat gets out of the dream, and we have Louis realizes that that he almost lost Lestat and say "I love you," right? That leads into a Lestat scene, right? And we make this a Lestat scene, and Lestat is in his dream world, so he is asleep when we start to get the Luman of it all, where Louis and Armand can talk honestly about how they feel about their relationship. Luman scene. But Louis's head is fully intact. So we have less of the like violent nature of, the scene. It's still cracked, it's still crazy, but it doesn't feel as anti-black, right? See what I mean? See what I mean? Like, we've improved the scene immediately. And we get to have a Lesmond scene because, like I said, transgressing against Lestat is what Armand does. Like, that would be peak Lesmond, actually. Him chopping off Lestat's head and then, like, maybe having him, like, touch his shoulders or something in front of Louis, and Louis getting pissed off about it, and yada, 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 just like he did on the slab when he was touching his chest, whatever, right? Like, that's peak. That's absolutely Lesmond. Like, Armand crossing boundaries with Lestat? Yes, that's absolutely that, right? Scene improved, right? The other ideal, and this one is actually probably my preference because I think that it actually improves a number of storylines this season and makes almost all of them stronger. And it's recentering Claudia. I said this before, recenter Claudia in this scene. And what is happening? Why is it happening? Claudia needs to be part of this. And I mean that quite literally. This should be about Ghost Claudia. We should be getting Frank and Claudia with Armand. Armand trying to give Claudia, the basis of Frank and Claudia, the reason that the motivation that he had for Frank and Claudia is that he was trying to give Claudia the adult body that she wanted and never could have. The experiment was about that, right? I mean, yes, it was also about like him just curious, you know, because he is a mad scientist, but it was also about that with him and Claudia. He didn't know how to love her. He didn't know how to like her, but what he was going to try to do was give her what she wanted so that she, at the very least, leave. And also he felt sympathy for her because he also felt a similar dysmorphia about his body, right? That's what was going on with the Frank and Claudia scene in TVA. Let's do a version of that in the show. Have Armand trying to shove Claudia's actual ghost in Regina. It doesn't have to work, right? The point is that it doesn't work. Frank and Claudia doesn't work. And I'm okay if it doesn't work here too. But what he is doing, make it about him realizing and understanding that the way that his relationship with Louis went wrong is because he killed Claudia. How do I Uno reverse something that was unforgivable, irredeemable, and unchangeable? And have Armand, while following Louis, see Regina, and it launches him with an idea. It gives him an idea, right? Maybe even he sees that he doesn't have the fullness of the idea. So he hires Regina and he's the one that hires her with way more money than Louis offered and says, I want you to pretend to be his daughter. I want you to do whatever he says. And he was going to, and have him like be about to reveal that in his letter, like, I couldn't give you back Claudia, but I gave you back this Claudia. This was all me. And I have that be something that he was going to say in his amends letter. But of course, Louis doesn't want to hear it. So it goes wrong. Rejection, right? So he starts following Louis again, right? And then Louis, in his pursuit of his grief about Claudia, we should make Louis be the one that contacts Merrick, by the way. I still maintain that. Don't give that to Lestat. Keep that with Louis. He's there when he realizes that Louis is contacting a witch to pull Claudia's ghost from out of the ether, right? Armand, I don't know if people know this, but Armand in the books had a period of time where he studied with witches. He mentions that he studied for a short time in Venice with witches and mediums to learn some of their craft, right? Lift that out of TVA and actually apply that to Armand here. Armand sees this and uses it opportunistically, because we got to remember, Armand often acts opportunistically and spontaneously, not super Machiavelli planning, right? He sees this, he gets the idea to shove Ghost Claudia into Regina's body. So he is following Louis, and when the seance happens, he's the one that breaks the circle. And we don't find this out until the finale. But we see the circle break and we think that it's normal. Ghost Claudia jumped out, right? He's the one that does this. And after the seance, he prevents Claudia's ghost from being banished. And in fact, uses his memory of his own knowledge of witchcraft to take her with him and propose a plan to her to jump her into Regina's body. And Claudia accepts that because she can't find Madeline in the underworld. So now he suggests that maybe Madeline is here on this plane searching for you here while you're searching for her there. He don't know if that's true. It's manipulation, whatever. But Claudia, maybe she clocks that it's probably manipulation, but it does sound like plausible. So she decides to agree. And so now this whole plan in the finale actually becomes a joint plan between Armand and Ghost Claudia. We've tied these things together and we've managed to give Claudia at least a modicum of agency back. even if just this one moment, right? And then now they do this cockamamie shit. And Claudia is already angry with Louis, so she's cool with the beheading or whatever. If we want to keep the beheading, we don't need it, but if we want to keep the beheading, then fine. Or if we, again, want to have just Lestat and Louis in the room and only Lestat beheaded, either way, Claudia would be fine with all of that. So that line where he says, I think Claudia would be fine with this, actually use that line as a way to reveal that Claudia, he knows that for a fact because Claudia's here. And then Ghost Claudia comes up and he's like, what the fuck is going on? And it's like, I took Claudia from you, so how can I give Claudia back? I couldn't give Claudia back with this fake Claudia. And Regina, now realizing she's in a situation, she's in a pickle, is like, what? What are you saying? And then she's seeing a ghost that looks just like her. Like, what the fuck? And then they work out the plan. We're going to put her in here, and we're going to give you back Claudia. Right? And Claudia's like, I'm not going back to him. In her mind, she's thinking, the moment I'm in this body, I'm gone. Right? We can do full horror with this, right? And we do an attempt to put her back in his body, back in Regina's body, right? It's not going to work. We can have a number of ways that it doesn't work. Maybe, I don't know, it just doesn't snap. We can also talk about the tendrils, the silver tendrils, and the way that the soul works in Rice's novel, and the way that the vampire network works. But anyway, it doesn't work, right? Her astral body won't fit, or maybe we have to kill Regina first and then have to have her pass into her at the moment of her death. Either way, it doesn't work. Maybe she gets into her body and she's not able to, and we get this like really weird horror zombie thing going on with her trying to control a body that isn't actually hers. And it could be really fun like that. We could also get like some body horror where the moment that she's in her body and locked in, Regina's body immediately starts to take on the wounds that Claudia had when she was dying, and then slowly it's getting closer and closer to her burning up in the sun, right? Like, we could get some real horror out of this, but it also would allow Claudia some agency. It also would allow Armand to do some weird mad scientist shit. We would still be getting Frank and Claudia. Louis would be fucking out of his mind, like, seeing this. Like, we'd still be getting interesting stuff, like horror stuff. It'd be a cockamamie scene, but it would be so interesting. And then it doesn't work. And then Claudia's body drops maybe, or maybe Regina dies there, or maybe she doesn't die, but either way, Claudia gets pulled out of there and gets unfortunately banished back to the ether, right? And then we're left with Louis looking at this and saying, am I willing to sacrifice Regina to get Claudia back? And whatever the answer is there will inform Louis' arc and whether or not he has come to grips with his relationship with Claudia. Is he ready to let Claudia go, or does he obey, or does he try this one last thing for Claudia, or does he let her go, or does he kill Regina for Claudia? Has he built up enough affection for Regina? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe the answer is no, and he's completely okay with it, and it all goes pear-shaped, right? And then if it goes wrong and it fails, then have Armand flip out even more, losing it. And then that's what Louis is able to calm him the fuck down with the conversation, right? Conversation immediately improved. That whole scene immediately improved. Weird, mad scientist shit. Lestat's head is still on the table. Clock is counting down. Armand's losing it. Louis is taking control of the scene by taking control of Armand's mania, right? And is giving him the words that Armand needs, not necessarily the words that Armand wants, right? Do you see how this scene could be improved? That might be a little clunky. I can see them not wanting to go that way. But I've presented like 5 different ways we could have adjusted this scene and made it way less fucked up on a racist level than it is, right? There are ways to have improved this. Anyway, I'm 7 hours into this fucking video, and I still haven't talked about the whole the season as a whole. So I want to stop talking about this. You guys know how I feel about the scene. Let's talk about the season overall. I think actually I have already talked about it. I think the biggest issue has been the structural weakness of the entire season. We spent way too much time on shit that didn't matter. Cut the band's screen time in half, at least. Cut it. We don't need them. Cut them. Refocus on Lestat, Louis, actually probably more Louis, Armand, Gabby. Do something to shore up Gabby's character. My God, we needed more. We needed something else going on with her other than what we got. There was no grace. Why did we have absolutely zero grace for Louis? For Louis most of all. Louis, no grace for Armand, no grace for Gabby at all. These characters are monstrous, but there is a loveliness and a grace in the way that their monstrosity is somehow also part of their beauty and their allure and their relationships with each other. They are both monstrous and beautiful. We did not get any beauty in any of the way that the characters were approached in this season for anybody except for Lestat. Good Lord. Let's work on the structure, work on the thematic through line of the season as a whole. It just wasn't working. Elephant in the room. This is not an adaptation of TVL. This is in fact an adaptation of literally 6 books jammed into one. Too much. We were doing too much this season, and we were not focusing on the stuff that we needed to do. Why does nobody have faith in TVL being adapted? Why does nobody have faith that we can adapt this book properly? You know? Let's talk about the framing device. Failure's framing device smothered this season. Inordinately smothered this season. We needed way more of a touch point outside of Lestat's voice to make this season work. We were smothered in him, and too much narrative voice. And now we can't trust a single thing other than what we know for sure is on the documentary and the revenge porn video. That's pretty much it. I don't want to say that's it, but like so much of this season is kind of sitting in this. Is Lestat making this up? Is he even remembering this right? However many years he is in the future, as he's recounting all of this, or are we playing a game of telephone where somebody told somebody else to tell him what happened in this scene, and he's not even recounting it right? Like, what do we? Too much unreliable narrator. There's too much unreliable narrator. We needed to fix that. Absolutely. Yeah. Removing the failures framing and keeping only the songs and the concert as the framing device to get to know Lestat's psyche immediately makes so instead of the opening scene be the start before the failures and then the last scene be him recording the failures, instead have it be 5 years in the future and 2 years in the future, or however many years, whatever, right? Or if you want to be more vague about it, sometime in the future, sometime in the far future, sometime in the near future, right? Like, we can make it vague like that. And now, everything that happens in modern day is now concrete and real, right? And then have him only narrating his flashbacks and stuff. And the music, use the music as his narration, right? But fine. I don't know. I understand what the failures was trying to do, and I don't disagree with it, but I think it was too relentless. I think we needed more. Maybe we just needed more touch points to the future instead of just the one in the beginning and one at the end. Maybe that would have helped. I don't know. But it was just so relentless. We needed to intercut the documentary or something in between the failures. The documentary, we can trust 100% that those events happened because they are on camera, right? You know, something. Yeah, I don't know. There was a lot of things about this season that felt like, from the writers, a checklist. We needed to get to here. We felt like we started at the end and then worked our way backwards and didn't think about how this season would connect to the emotional landscape of the characters before. So in order to deal with that, we time skipped 2 years, right? We jumped 2 years into the future, right? From 2022 to 2025, 3 years in the future, actually, right? And then from there, essentially, we removed the connection, the emotional connection to the last season, and we're trying to start fresh, but it didn't work because we then started to deal with a bunch of storylines that would have worked better if we were fresh off of the second interview, right? Yeah, I don't know. I'm almost 7.5 hours into this recording, so I think I want to wrap it up about my whole feelings about the season. I think that some of these changes happened partway through production, and I think a lot of them changed because of AMC pressure. I think that's why that name change happened. I think that they were not intending to do the name change from the beginning. I think whatever they are putting out there in the press is some fucking bullshit. I think that AMC pressured them to change the name, and I think AMC pressured them to hurry up and get to Queen of the Dam because AMC didn't have any faith in the idea of TVL being adapted. I don't want to put this all on AMC. I think the writers also had issues this season. I think the writers' room needs to work on themselves, work on their writing, and figure out a better way to approach season 4. Season 3 just didn't work. I don't know if they had budget cuts, if they didn't have enough time, if they had to pivot halfway through and then rewrite a bunch of stuff. I don't know, but it impacted the writing of this season, and it's never been more clear than in this finale that there was something missing structurally with this season. They shot for something, I guess, in their minds bold, and they just missed the mark for me. You know, I know that other people probably feel differently. I know some people think this is the worst season ever. I actually don't think this is the worst season ever. I think that there was actually quite a few things in this season that had a lot of value. Episode 3, it was a great episode, by the way. I had problems with it. You know the problems I had with it. I said it in my review. But I think that there were actually good things in almost every episode this season. But I just think that overall, as a collection, it just missed the mark. And the finale actually retroactively made it miss the mark even more, right? A mess. Yeah, anyway, we're heading into season 4. We don't know when we're going to get it. I assume within 1.5 years to 2 years again. We'll see. Comic-Con is next week, so maybe we'll get some more information about the next season in Comic-Con. Or maybe even some information about some of the spin-offs that they've been teasing forever. We'll have to see. So I'm going to wrap it up. It's very late for me, and I'm super done, and it's 7.5 hours that I've been talking about this. I think this one I might have to split up or something. I think I have to split this one up. I think it's too weighty. I'm not putting up a 7.5 hour video, you guys, on YouTube. So we're gonna split it up, the finale. So let me know what you guys think. Feel free to like, comment, subscribe. Going over to Patreon. If you're interested in full length of the reaction, you'll get the full discussion, but full length of the reaction. And I don't know what I'm gonna replace this with. I'm still trying to figure it out, but I will figure it out before. I don't know. It might be a couple of weeks. I might just go on a hiatus for a little bit, and then circle back around. Like I said, I've been thinking about Pluribus. I've been thinking about Severance. I've been thinking about a few things. So I'm still trying to decide. If you guys have suggestions, let me know down below. Okay. All right. I will see you guys in the next one. Bye.
Whatever, all this ever, but you long gone. It